Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for April 25th, 2023. We will be going into closed session. We did not have a closed session last meeting, so there's nothing to report out, but I will refer to the clerk for read out our closed sessions for us.
Closed session, item number 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, one case, significant exposure to litigation. Item number 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, consider the disability retirement of a safety employee, Sheriff's Sergeant.
Are there any public comments in the room?
I just wanted to say, sorry to interrupt, we have one small change to the closed session agenda. We're not going to be going into closed session on item 1 today, only item 2.
Item 1 has been pulled. We're just going in on item number 2. So with that being said, are there any public comments in the room on that item? Seeing none, do we have any online?
There are no public comments online.
Okay, so with that, I'll close public comments and we will go into closed session. Good. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for April 25th, 2023. If you can please rise and join us with the pledge to our flag. Supervisor Garamendi, could you please lead us?
Thank you. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I will go to the clerk to read out from our closed session.
Closed session, item number 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, consider the disability retirement of a safety employee, Sheriff's Sergeant. There was no report of board action taken.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will move on to staff announcements. I know Lisa is here, and Lisa has an announcement for us, so we will start with Lisa.
Always have to adjust this microphone. Good morning, Chair Tofanelli, honorable board members, and our CEO Hitchcock and County Counsel Lisa Medina, Environmental Management Agency. April is Volunteer Appreciation Month, and we would like to highlight our animal service volunteers from Friends of Calaveras Animal Services Focus and our community dog and volunteers who give so much of their precious time to help us take care of our shelter animals. Focus provides help and helps facilitate so many services and programs, including free rabies and microchip clinics. They provide medical and adoption support, spay and neuter programs, assist with direct shelter transfers to and from veterinarians and to others, including rescue groups, shelter enhancements, and they provide community education. Our dog volunteers contributed over 561 hours in the month of March and walk our shelter pups daily. Currently, we have 33 dogs in our shelter, of which 31 are adoptable. I do have some happy news. This morning, one of our volunteers announced that one of our other volunteers will be taking Lou, who is blind. And those dogs that come in that have disabilities or they are handicapped and have challenges are really hard to adopt out, so we're really happy that Lou is going home. We've had Lou for 6 months, so yes, it's very emotional. It was a very emotional time for everybody at the shelter this morning. It is critical our pups get walked daily to maintain their mental and physical health and well-being, including their weight, body condition, joint health, and also their digestive and urinary tract health. We wish we could walk them more, and maybe someday they will be able to be walked twice a day. Volunteers also help with dog socialization and overall socialization with humans. It is so important for these pups to strengthen their human and animal bond, which makes them even more adoptable. All our volunteers take those adorable photos that you see during our recess and that we highlight during our board meetings on public access TV and also on our Animal Services Facebook. They also speak to prospective adopters about some of the challenges the animals might have, and they set up meet and greets, which is really important for our dogs to be adopted. Our cat volunteers volunteer 83 hours in March and are another critical aspect of our shelter operations. We are in dire need of cat volunteers, and we need people to come in and volunteer and help us assist with our kittens. Kitten season has just begun, and we're beginning to see an influx of kittens. Some of these kittens come in sick, and they must be medicated 3 to 4 times a day. This creates additional staff challenges and volunteers outside of their regular duties. We do get quite a few volunteer applications, but most of all, they want to work with the dogs and walk the dogs. So please, if you're out there and you're interested in helping our kitten shelter out and our cats, please do so. Our volunteers also assist with feeding and providing fresh water, cleaning cages and communal rooms, socializing with other cats through exercise and play, grooming, and they also help us clean and maintain a healthy environment from which our cats and kittens can thrive. People can visit our Animal Services website and apply to be a volunteer. We cannot forget about our veterinarians that come to our free rabies and microchip clinics, Dr. Sasha Greenlee, Dr. Jenny Ringett, Dr. Kathy Gatlin, and Dr. Steve Gatlin. These veterinarians donate their time every year, ongoing. We are very grateful for them. Thank you again to all our volunteers and to all the other volunteers in our community that help us support our community and our animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Can I remind everybody to please put your phones on vibrate or on silent during the meeting? Thank you. Do we have any other staff announcements this morning? Any online, Robin?
There is no staff announcements online.
Okay, we'll move from staff announcements on to the winter storm update. John, I see you in the room. You have the floor.
Good morning. John Osborne, your Director of Emergency Services. I have an update for both winter storms. I'll start with our Public Works team. Our Public Works team continues to press forward through projects. For the first storm set, the late December, early January storms, we have a total of 14 projects. 6 of those projects have been completed. Those projects include Gwynn Mine debris removal and hauling, Hunt Road, we replaced a culvert and restored the road. South Petersburg Road involved a culvert replacement, slide stabilization, and road repair and restoration. Gwynn Mine Road, we put in about 300 tons of boulders to stabilize the toe side of the roadway, and then our normal Cat B emergency protective measures. Future projects that are yet to be completed is Baldwin Lane is a culvert replacement and road restoration, White Road culvert replacement and road restoration, Blake Lane, which is an embankment repair, Hover Road, which is a road repair and slide stabilization and repair, Campo Seco Turnpike, which is an embankment stabilization and repair, Meadowmont Way, which is a culvert replacement and road restoration, Ponderosa Way, which is road restoration, and then our Cat Z, which is the management and administration project that comes with each presidential declaration. For the late February and continuing storms, our Public Works team has 11 projects. Category A, Copper Cove, which was debris removal and hauling when that culvert failed, and Copper Cove, the demo, guardrail replacement, rebuilding of the embankments, culvert repairs, repaving and restriping the roadway, and then we had some emergency protective measures as well. The future Projects for that disaster include 2 on Gwen Mine Road, and both of those are slope stabilization and repairs. South Horseshoe Drive, a structural dig-out and pothole repair, and Tug Lane, which is a shoulder repair, and then, of course, the Cat Z for that particular project as well. For the early storms, 4683 is the DR number. So the January storms where we were awarded individual assistance, we've had 463 registrations from residents here in the county. And so far, the Individual and Households Program has approved $443,071.81 in assistance. The eligibility rate stands at about 42.05%. So just under half of those that apply have received some kind of approval. Bouncing back to the February storms, yesterday afternoon I received an email from the Small Business Administration. They have a California declaration where folks in our county are eligible for small business physical disaster loans, economic injury disaster loans, and home disaster loans. There's a couple of different filing dates, and I'm going to forward that email out to our stakeholders and partners. I know that our partner in crime, Kathy Galino, received that email as well, so I'm sure that she's out working with the businesses to make sure that they're aware of that. And pending any questions, that's all I have.
More questions? Any public questions? Seeing none, thank you, John. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Oh, wait, Mr. Stopper.
Just want to say thank you for the work you've done, John. We appreciate it. You know, we may not see you around here very soon, and you know, moving forward with all this, everything you've done for us, thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Supervisor Garrett.
John, I'd like to echo Ben's comments. Thank you very much. The work that you've done for this county in changing up OES and putting in place these programs have been remarkable. I think you've done operated the OES headquarters or OEC.
EOC.
EOC, thank you, 19, 20 times in your tenure. So we've had a lot of practice. I want to thank you very much for your service to the county.
Thank you. It has been an honor and a pleasure to serve as your Director of Emergency Services.
Thank you, John.
Yeah. Thank you, John. I too echo what they both said, and thank you for welcoming when I first got to the board and showing me around and educating me about OES. I really appreciate everything you've done.
You're very welcome.
Again, I echo the same thing. Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
John,
For all your hard work.
could I just add thank you, and thank you for answering the phone at 11 o'clock at night.
You're welcome.
All right. We will move on to recognitions and acknowledgements. The first one is a proclamation for the library. Adopt a proclamation recognizing the week of April 23rd through 29th as National Library Week and April 26th as National Outreach Day in Calaveras County. And at this point, I will turn it over to Supervisor Fallendorf.
Okay. So today, the chairman read the title. So I will start with the whereas libraries of all types are the heart of their cities, towns, schools, and campuses, serving communities all over America. Whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that foster a sense of belonging, community, and support while offering free resources to all. Today's libraries illustrate this year's theme, more to the story, as services extend far beyond the four walls of a building, including bookmobiles serving as mobile branches of the libraries, state park passes and programming, story walks with adventure backpacks, which also supports hiking, astronomy, exercise, and conservation. Whereas for people lacking broadband at home, libraries provide access to computers, Wi-Fi 24/7 inside and out, and Chromebooks, and as well as hotspots which can be borrowed. Whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are diverse as populations they serve and ensure equity of access for all. Whereas libraries offer opportunities for everyone to explore new worlds and become their best selves through access to technology, multimedia, digital resources, and educational programs. In times of crisis, libraries, librarians, and library workers play an invaluable role in supporting their communities, both in person and virtual, and by providing resources of all kinds, including access to space for warming and cooling, a site for vaccinations, and mobile dental service vans. Whereas to adapt to our changing world, libraries are expanding their resources and continuing to meet the needs of their patrons, including resources to help build and support the workforce. Whereas libraries are cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all, and offering books and media which reflect various political and social views. Libraries have long served as a trusted and treasured institution for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or social economic status. Libraries and librarians, as well as library workers, are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. And at this time, I will open it up for public comment. Nancy?
Thank you very much, Supervisor Vollendorf. Excuse me. Greetings to all of you this morning. Very happy to see you. I love celebrating National Library Week, as you can imagine, because it gives us a special opportunity to celebrate Calaveras County Library System, which I happen to celebrate every day, by the way. But I love this week because it gives me a special opportunity to thank all the people who make our wonderful library services possible, beginning with my staff. I have 20 people who work with me to make this system what it is. And by the way, only 3 of those are full-time workers. Everyone else is part-time, and they do so much in that part-time work. In San Andreas, we have 11 people working, 9 of whom are part-time, and we there create all of the materials and the programs and give support to all the branches. My 10 branch assistants all work part-time, and when they're in their branches, they are alone as the only staff serving the community, but they do it with passion, commitment, and excellence as they meet all of the informational and recreational needs of our people. And none of this work could go on, one other, our literacy department, which works, 2 people work very hard to meet the needs of our educational adult programs, helping adults reach their educational goals. And we couldn't do any of this without our volunteers who work throughout the county to just enable us to do so much more than we can do. Some of them do things that we cannot do. We have people who we call up, we say, well, who's going to do this? Oh, Richard will do that, or so-and-so will do that, because they're skilled people who give so much of their time and their energy and their expertise. I cannot fail to mention the Friends of the Calaveras County Library. I actually relate to 9 different friends groups. That's how friendly our county is. Each branch has its friends group, and then those friends come together to make a county board. And that board funds many, many things that I would be unable to do. They basically fund all of our entertainment streaming and digital resources, our Libby ebooks, all of our entertainment, our Hoopla and our Canopy, which give us streaming of TV and videos and documentaries and great courses on all of those wonderful opportunities. So they pay for all of that. They support the bookmobile and raised more than $100,000 for that vehicle so that it can serve our community. They buy our public computers, all of them. That's why we have public computers in our branches, so that our public can access the resources that they need. They pay for extra hires so that when branch assistants are out, we don't have to close, we can keep them open, and help me with many extra projects. I'm so grateful to the support that they give. not only monetary support, but just the support of us and our programs. And another great support that you give me, and I'm so appreciative of this, is the Library Commission. They serve as my counselors, my advisors. They warn me, they advise me, they help me, encourage me, give me ideas, and are just such a support to me. Thank you very much for providing that group for me. And then you must also thank yourselves, because you, the administration, all of my department head cohorts are just so supportive of us. And you enable us to do what we do through your continued support over the years. I'm so appreciative of all that you give us. Our theme this year is There's More to the Story. And I've loved hearing Supervisor Stopper say, there's more to libraries than books nowadays. And Supervisor Garamendi has said several times, libraries aren't what they were when I was a child, and libraries have changed. There's so much more. You heard in the proclamation all the wonderful things that we're able to do through your support and through the support of all the people who work with us. So I invite you this week to celebrate National Library Week, visit a library site, engage with staff, thank them for their wonderful work, and see for yourself that there is indeed more to the story.
Thank you, Nancy. Are there any other public comments?
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Hoffnelli, honorable board members, and CEO Hitchcock. My name is Terry Lane, and today I stand before you as the chairperson for the Calaveras County Library Commission. And as we're celebrating National Library Week, I would like to share some of the highlights from the 2022 Commission Annual Report. I did bring a full copy for you because I know you want to read it in detail, but I will share some highlights with you today. The Calaveras County Library was established 85 years ago in 1938. The Calaveras County Free Library Commission was created in 1961, 62 years ago. And the commission has continued to be an active group. We met 9 times in 2022. Several of the library programs reopened last year during COVID recovery. By September, there were strong story times in each of the libraries. Although there were some retirements and resignations, several new library staff were hired. In April, Library Program Coordinator Melody Alpers began working. She also started her Master's of Information Services at San Jose State. The Friends of the Calaveras County Libraries approved $1,000 to help her with her tuition and her travel. In March, 2 teens from Calaveras High School volunteered through the summer. Perrin Horn, who is currently a junior, and Taylor Horn, who graduated last June. In August, the Friends of the Calaveras County Library approved $500 to help Taylor with her books and travel at her studies in Delta College. Several highlights for programming are noted in the report. I will share a couple of those. The summer reading program last year, the theme was Read Beyond the Beaten Path. 780 children enrolled, with 616 of those youth participating. 480 completed the program, which means that they picked up each of their packets. At the end of July, San Andreas branch hosted a successful astronomy day with over 70 attendees. The summer lunch at the library was another success. During the first 3 weeks, over 2,000 grab-and-go lunches were distributed in San Andreas, West Point, Railroad Flat, and McCollum Hill. During the final 3 weeks, 291 lunches were distributed in San Andreas, Moke Hill, Railroad Flat, and Valley Springs. This was a total of 2,374 lunches being provided for our local youth. Many new materials and databases were procured in 2022, and you'll find those details in your report as well. One of the most exciting things, and yet one of the biggest challenges of 22, was the startup of the new bookmobile, Calaveras County Library on the Go. The first quarter of the year, library staff and volunteers worked very hard to prepare the books and the materials for the bookmobile. After several delays, the beautifully crafted bookmobile arrived in early June. It made its official debut at the Moke Hill Parade and then at the 4th of July Parade in Arnold. Unfortunately, immediately following it, it started having mechanical and technical difficulties, and repairs were ongoing through the year. I cannot say enough about Nancy Giddens and her determination to get the necessary repairs completed under warranty. She maintained a professional demeanor throughout the disappointment and the challenges. The good news is the bookmobile is ready to go, and it was part of the Irish Days this year in Murphy's, and it will be going to the fair this year. So, woohoo, we're on our way. Regarding some community support, the library partnered with Calaveras Health and Human Services Agency to provide space and staff for county cooling centers during the summer and warming centers during the winter. Just some stats that were submitted to the State Library for their annual report. In Calaveras, there are 28,316 registered users of the library, so that's over half our population. There was a total annual circulation of 89,785. Pardon me? Oh. Total electronic circulation almost doubled from 17,147 to 30,547. Total usage of library materials was up by 14,000 to 105,598. Total programs offered was up from 103. It tripled due to coming back from COVID to 319 programs. Total attendance at programs was 2,972, up by 2,400 because of COVID. Virtual visits, 47,899, and wireless usage, 20,895. Overall, 2022 was a very successful year for the Calaveras County Library System as branches increased services while residents were recovering from the pandemic and, excuse me, I can't see because I have allergies. I'm sorry, I can't read this. Rejoining public activities. Nancy Giddens, County Librarian, continues to lead with vision, insight, knowledge, professionalism, and grace. Her commitment and dedication is unwavering and is truly a strong asset to Calaveras community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. With that, I will finish reading the proclamation. Oh, yeah. That's right. Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Is there a motion?
Well, if I may make a comment.
Yes.
I want to thank our libraries. As Nancy said, these are not the libraries that I grew up with, and they are remarkable, and they have proven to be a centerpiece of our community. Nancy, your good nature and spirit spreads throughout your library system. You have fed the hungry. You have clothed the people who need clothing. You have provided access and a window for our community who may not have the opportunity to leave and see places in the world. And I just really want to thank you. And I want to thank the Library Commission for the support and the board for putting this together. It is a jewel of our community. And the fact that half of our residents are participants I imagine is remarkable statewide. And it shows how important these are to our community, and something we need to preserve and treasure and allow to evolve. And you have evolved the library into a remarkable place. When I see kids in there doing 3D projects on their printers or using your internet or doing study groups or adults using the computer, or you just feeding the kids who may not have another meal that day, it's remarkable, and I'm touched. And I want to thank you and all the participants in our library. I'm incredible. Of all the things we do, I may be the most proud of our library, so thank you.
Ben?
Is that a motion?
And a motion.
Yeah, it will be a little hard to follow that thunder. Everything Supervisor Garamendi, I would like to reiterate, Nancy, supporting the library system is something we should do. You make, with everything he said, all the effort you do, you're a shining star to follow, and we appreciate all the good work you do with the second.
Okay, with that, we got a first and a second. All those in, oh, Martin, you have something to say?
I just wanted to say thank you, Nancy, and I look forward to working with you on the expansion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If there are no other comments from the supervisors, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors that April 23rd to 29th, 2023 is National Library Week, and celebrating our mobile branch library on April 26th. This week, we encourage you to visit the library, explore what's new, engage with library staff and volunteers, use legal libraries, print, digital, and online resources and services, and participate in our program. Experience all that our library has to offer to our community. You will see there's more to the story. So with that, thank you. And
That's a big picture.
Getting close there. You're going to be in the newspaper. Oh, we got, I'm like 3 people shy. Yes, I like that. That's the energy we like. I think you're smiling this way first.
You can come in here if you want to do a better job than she wants. I think she's that far.
You know, I might need to be this far and then crop in. Okay, everybody. 1, 2, 3, say your favorite book. Thank you all so much, and thank you for the hard work you do.
We will move on to the next item, which is item number 5. This is a proclamation from Economic and Community Development. This is adopt a proclamation recognizing April 30th, 2023 to May 6th, 2023 as National Small Business Week in Calaveras County, and I will now turn it over to Supervisor Hubbard.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas, since 1963, the President of the United States of America has proclaimed the first week in May as National Small Business Week to celebrate small businesses for growing the economy, creating jobs, and fostering innovation. And whereas small businesses work hard every day to create 21st century jobs, drive innovation, increase America's global competitiveness, and significantly contribute to our quality of life and prosperity. And whereas more than 32 million small businesses employ almost half of America's workforce and represent the heart and soul of countless communities. And whereas as part of the National Small Business Week, Calaveras County would like to take the opportunity to recognize local small businesses and outstanding entrepreneurs as the backbone of Calaveras County's economy. And whereas Calaveras County wishes to continue supporting small businesses from local mom-and-pop shops to innovative startups, as small businesses are pillars of our community and the engine of our economy. And with that, I'd like to put it to the public for any comment. Any comment online? Then I'll bring, oh, there, Kathy, please.
Good morning, Chair Tofanelli, Honorable Board, Kathy Galino, Economic and Community Development Director. I'm very excited about this, and it's the first time that I was able to pull it together in time. Small Business Week happens the first week of May. May is a busy month. We've got frog jumps. We've got lots of things going on. But I also want to acknowledge not just our small businesses, but the partners that our county has with our Chamber of Commerce, with our small business associations, Valley Springs Business Association. There's so many that we work with and that really help our business community, which is our backbone of our economy, which really represents Calaveras County as a very diverse, beautiful region to live in, county to live in. So I would like to call up Miss Susan. She's going to share some exciting things that we have going on next week at the Chamber, some opportunities for our small businesses to engage, get some assistance.
Yeah. Good morning, Chair Tofanelli and board members. So we've been working with Kathy on the Small Business Week, and we are going to have a number of social media events happening. On Monday, we hope to share the history, of course, of the Small Business Week and hopefully announce this proclamation. Tuesday, we will be celebrating again the winners of our annual awards. I know a number of you were participating in the annual awards ceremony. Thank you for coming. On Wednesday, we are going to be announcing all the products that are available through the SBDC, including free counseling for local businesses. Thursday, we are going to be promoting ourselves, actually, and talking about what the Chamber offers. And mostly right now, we're concentrating on promotion of our small businesses. And then, of course, on Friday, we are going to be asking local businesses to join the Chamber. So anyway, we have a number of events going on, and I'm here representing myself and my board of directors to support the approval of Proclamation 7278, requesting that April 30th to May 6, 2023 be recognized in Calaveras County as National Small Business Week. Our Chamber of Commerce office is ready to celebrate our local small businesses. As our Director of Economic and Community Development has stated, small businesses are indeed the backbone of the Calaveras County economy and deserve to be recognized for their contributions to our local economy as well as for their support of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Any more public comment? And I'll bring it back to the board. Any comment?
I will move this item.
A second.
Motion and a second.
Then don't we all have to say aye?
Call for a vote. You have a motion and a
We
second.
don't have to call for a vote, please. Hey, I'm new at this.
Okay, that's fine. Say all in favor?
All in favor?
Aye. Opposed?
Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors recognizes April 30th, 2023 through May 6th, 2023 as National Small Business Week as a way to celebrate the contributions of small businesses to our local economy as well as their support of our communities. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 25th day of April 2023.
All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is general public comments. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter and jurisdiction of this board and is not posted on the consent or regular agenda may be addressed during public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on our agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before 30 minutes allotted time period, the board will immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. So we will open up to public comment. Is there any public comments this morning on things that are not on our agenda? All right, seeing none in the room. Robin, do we have any online?
There is none online.
We have none online, so we will move on from general public comment to the consent agenda. And I have 3 items that are going to be pulled today. Item number 13, Supervisor Stopper is going to pull item number 13. Corey Allen from HHS is pulling item number 18. And Supervisor Fallendorf is pulling item number 23. So is there any other board member wish to pull an item from consent? Seeing none, is there any staff member wish to pull any other item from consent? Any online?
There is none online.
Any member of the public wish to pull any item from consent? You need to come up to the podium, sir.
My name is Christopher Budner. I am a small business owner. I am requesting that you pull item 24 in response to the article that came out in the Calaveras Enterprise on April 6th.
That's on the regular agenda, sir. That's not on the consent.
Good.
So that item will be heard during our regular agenda item.
Great. I'll respond to it then. Thank you, sir.
All right. Any other member of the public wish to pull an item from consent? Seeing none, I'll move it back to the board. Open for a motion for any of the remainder of the consent agenda.
Move.
A motion by Supervisor Fallendorf.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. Is there any other comments? Hearing none, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We will go on to item number 13. Supervisor Stopper, you pulled this item?
Yeah, yes, I did. In the alternatives, we may continue the item to another date for further consideration. This option is not recommended unless the board specifically requests additional information which cannot be obtained during this meeting. Within this, we have a financing amount of $166,400 not to exceed. In the beginning of COVID, we did expand this contract amount. Now this contract amount is drawn on a on-work basis by the public health director from my understanding, and I would like to request more information in the future on how much has been drawn in the years subsequent COVID for this, and is that money in the full amount been drawn on? And if not, can we consider possibly putting some of those funds back into public health to actually provide services for the people in Calaveras County? And I would like those numbers specific. I don't think it's going to be an issue moving forward, as generally we approve this contract in June, and we've seen it before the board in June, and the contract doesn't start till June 1st.
Corey, you want to respond?
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Corey Allen, Health and Human Services Agency. Excellent questions, Supervisor Stopper. We did do a little bit of look back to see, is this pay commensurate with what the work is being done? I recognize that we were in a very severe pandemic. We continue to be within that pandemic at this time. I'm either happy to try and give you some numbers now, or I'm happy to come back at your request, which is what I'm hearing you'd like to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Will do. Thank you very much.
It's a decision of the board, though.
Any board comment?
Need a motion in order to pull, or what are we doing here?
Supervisor Stopper pulled it. He wants to make a suggestion.
To bring it back
To
a
bring it
later
back.
day after we look at more information and possibly consideration of an alternative.
I think a board member could certainly make a motion to continue the item and bring it back at one of the May meetings.
So moved.
We have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Before we take a vote, I would like to say that I'm fine with it. I think it could be moved on. The information can be brought back to us, or you can keep us on a quarterly update on what the expenses are and come back and report to us at the quarterly. But I'm fine with it, and I'll go along if that's what the board wants to do to continue it. But I'm fine with what it is. So that's my comments. You have the light on. Do you have any comments? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll bring it back. We'll move on to item number 18. This is an action item from Behavioral Health, approved the request by Health and Human Services Behavioral Health Division to submit a grant application for the Healthcare Infrastructure Development Matching Grant Funds, and to authorize the board chair to sign a letter of commitment assuring the funds will be used for the intended purposes. Corey, or Wendy, I'm sorry.
Hi, Wendy All, Behavioral Health.
I have it pulled
Good
by
morning.
Corey, so.
No problem. Yes, we wanted to pull this because at the time it was submitted, we did not have the draft letter from the state, and now they have given us a template to use, and so it's updated with Calaveras County information, and it is here for the public and for your review.
You want to, Robin, do you want to get those out to us so we can look at it? Has council had time to look at the letter? Can you look at it now for us?
I sure can.
Thank you. Yeah, they want us to, now that we have a copy of the letter, they want us to move on the item.
I'll look over your shoulder.
Yeah, you're always looking over my shoulder.
Short and sweet.
The letter looks fine to me, Chair Toffenelli. If this is the language the state is asking for so that we can apply for the grant, it looks fine to me.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you're good with it.
I'm not quite sure what else they think we do with it, but,
You never know. So I have to open up for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Anybody gets up at the podium if you want to see the letter that we're being asked? And the rest of the information on this item is within our agenda as far as applying for the grants. So is there any public comment? Hearing none. Is there any online?
There is none online.
Okay. We will move on, we'll bring it back to the board and ask for a motion for this item.
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Stopper,
second?
second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you for all your guys' help on getting this back on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Miss Wendy.
All right, we'll move on to item number 23 is the agreement with Public Works, award invitation to bid 22-1200-20-913 for construction of Monge Ranch Road Bridge Replacement Project. Authorize the chair to execute an agreement for construction and replacement project between Calaveras County and KW Emerson Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $3,455,974 within 155 days working schedule.
You gotta say that 3 times.
No, I'm not. I didn't want to say it one time in a row. Kathy?
Kelly?
Kelly.
Another K.
Thank you, Kelly.
So I believe there were some questions on this item as far as the history of the Highway Bridge Program. And just for a little bit of background, back in 2007, Public Works started applying for grants in the Highway Bridge Program. We applied for 13 grants, and we received all 13. So that meant either the replacement or the rehabilitation of a bridge in all areas of the county. This particular bridge, Monge Ranch Road Bridge, was built in 1935. It is considered structurally deficient, and that means that the bridge is too narrow. It needs upgraded barriers and rails, which currently they're inadequate to, if somebody hits it, it's not going to do what it's supposed to do. So they decided that this was one of the bridges that should be replaced. We've completed 5 projects to date of the 13, so we still have 8 more to go. And as you can imagine, since we started applying for grants back in 2007, it takes a long time to build a bridge. The actual construction's not that long, but all the environmental, all of the preliminary engineering, and right-of-way processes take a long time. So if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to
Supervisor
answer.
Fallendorf has some questions. She pulled it.
Sure.
I guess the biggest thing is we have to work with our local partners. So how is that timeline working with their need and our need to get this project?
Absolutely. This is a unique project. UPUD, the Union, I'm going to say it wrong.
Utility
Thank you.
District.
Union Public Utility District has some water lines that are integrated with the bridge. And so what we did when we went out to bid was we included a separate bid for the relocation of those utilities. Back in December, I believe we entered into an agreement with the utility district that they would pay that portion, and then we would pay the rest of the portion through the Highway Bridge Program. And what's going to happen is, as we go through the process of building the bridge, we will invoice them. They'll have 90 days to pay us back for that work. So hopefully, we're going to be, after you hopefully approve this contract, we will be going to meet with the utility district, with our contractor, and set up the schedule for what this project will look like. Probably not looking until down toward the end of summer before there would be any real impacts to the water district. And like I said, it'll take, up to 90 days for them to have to repay us back for any expenditures that we make. So we're well aware that there's concern with the district that their, funds are tight, and we understand that, and we want to work with them on that, on their issues, so.
I was just thinking the timing, we've got summer coming up with irrigation users. and moving the water and making sure they had the adequate time to
Yes,
do what they needed, because their staff is much smaller than ours.
Yes, yes.
With making sure all of those.
Yes, so our contractor and our CM firm will be responsible to make sure that we're reaching out to those, we're working with UPUD to reach out to all the residents and let them know what's happening, so. And there'll be plenty of notice. We won't leave anybody high and dry.
Okay, because I think it was a good reminder for everyone that they also need the customer service as well, not just our constituents, to make sure everything is in line.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Kelly, for the
Thank you.
background.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Supervisor Garamendi, yes.
Kelly, just because this item got pulled and it gives me a chance to clarify, these funds, these grant funds are federal fund grants. These are not funds that we could use to fill potholes or other projects. Because oftentimes, some of these projects that were applied for in 2007, people could say, why are you spending $1 million on fixing a bridge on Chad's Road, which is not used that much? But that is part of the grant process. So we are not robbing Peter to pay Paul. These are separate dollars that can only be used for this purpose.
I couldn't say it better. Yes, absolutely. There is an 80% federal funding and a 20%, on most of these bridges, it was a 20% toll credit, so it's matching through the state. So they were 100% funded, which is why they aggressively sought out so many bridge opportunities. This opportunity to replace this many bridges doesn't come every day. So they really made the most of the situation, being that they were 100% funded.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Hubbard.
Kelly, can I just ask you one quick question? The timeline, how long will the residents be affected?
So the existing bridge will remain open through construction. So there's no disruption to the traffic patterns. When they shift over from the old bridge to the new bridge, then there'll be a little bit of traffic interruption, but it's a very low the level of use is pretty low, and so we'll make sure we send out press releases. Everyone knows when that changeover is going to happen, well in advance.
So once the new one is constructed and open, you'll be removing the old bridge?
Absolutely,
and that's part of the disruption is getting it out of there?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any other board comments or questions? Is there any public comments or questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none in the room, is there any online?
There is not.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. I'm open for a motion.
I'll move.
Motion by Supervisor Fallendorf,
I'll second.
second by Supervisor Hubbard. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, we'll move on to the regular agenda, but at this time, we need to take about a 5-minute break to get set up for the presentation, maybe a 10-minute. So,
Chair Toffenelli, could I just say that it is the CBB that's up next, is that correct?
That's correct.
I am employed by the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, and to avoid any appearance of bias or conflict of interest, I'll be removing myself from listening to this item.
okay, thank you for that announcement. And we will take a break and be back once it gets set up. All right, we are back, and we're moving on to item number 24. This is an informational item only. It's from Economic and Community Development. It's to receive the 2023 Calaveras Visitor Bureau presentation. So, Kathy, you're up.
Good morning again. Kathy Gomil, Economic and Community Development, Chair Tofanelli, Honorable Board. This is the annual report for the Visitors Bureau, and before we start on the actual presentation, I would like to show a very short video clip.
That's pretty short.
Do I unmute it here?
I want that frog from the frog jump.
listening to that, we'll go ahead and do the next share and start the presentation. With me today, I have Sandra Hess from the CVB and also the Wine Grape Alliance, as well as Jessica, who is the heart and soul of CVB and makes a lot of things happen behind the scenes.
Good morning.
Stop. I love technology. Okay, so I need to undo. I got this. We got this. All right. You ready? Okay.
Good morning, I'm Jessica. Good morning, Chairman Toffenelli and Supervisors, County Council, and CEO Hitchcock. Thank you for the time this morning. The Calaveras Visitors Bureau is the Calaveras County's core tourism promotion organization, and it's dedicated to creating long-term and sustainable economic growth for the region and its partners through innovative tourism programs, promotions, and partnerships. The presentation reflects our mission, vision, and values that support the county's newly adopted strategic plan while serving our visitors and local community to the best of our ability. And we aim to keep revenue and investment in our county to help support public safety and to market our incredible county. Tourism is the largest industry in our county. Next to government, it creates the most amount of jobs. In this graph, you'll see we've got leisure and hospitality and retail trade, which equal much of the tourism. This information we received from Jessica Hitchcock, State of California Housing Representative. And then the next one is, so this information comes from international accounting firm Dun & Bradstreet and Visit California, the premier travel entity in California. As you can see, TOT and travel spending actually up steadily up to 2019. And then, of course, 2020, it drops. But again, 2021, we come back up. So that is the history of travel spending here in Calaveras County.
Did we provide these printouts to the board? Has the entire packet.
Mm-hmm.
Kathy, can I have one as well? Huh? Can I have that one as well? Yes. Yeah, thank you.
So in 2021, Calaveras County received $216 million in travel-related spending, generating $17.5 million in Calaveras state and local tax revenue and almost 3,000 jobs. When you compare this with our sister counties, we are pretty close there to Tuolumne County, working with about 1/3 of that budget. So what that tells us is that we are reaching the right audience. We're bringing engaged visitors here to the county. And the travel spending by industry broken down, you'll see Calaveras, we knock it out of the park here with $63 million in food service. That's our restaurants. It does not include our grocery stores and accommodations. So people are staying. They're staying here, and they're spending time here and enjoying our events and our businesses that we've got here. When you do compare it with our sister counties here, there are more, we have 300 hotel rooms here in Calaveras County. There are more, obviously, in Tuolumne. They've got Yosemite lodging provided there. And I do believe that they include the camping numbers in that one as well.
Thank you, Jessica. So good morning. I serve as the director of the Calaveras Wine Alliance and also sit on the Calaveras Visitor Board. And I'm honored to work closely with our leadership to provide very thoughtful and meaningful tourism. And so we're excited to present to you today some of our latest. So the TOT, obviously, in 2022, 2.7 of that has increased monetarily since 2019, monumentally since 2019. So we're excited to see that the visitor that we're attracting with our meaningful, thoughtful events, programs, things to do across the county, mindful of the Gold Rush era communities that we serve and also the residents, we're doing the right thing. We found out that proper formula. And obviously, post-pandemic, which I'm hopeful when I say that phrase, that we're in the post-pandemic era. But we're excited to see that the consumer who has been engaging with our programming here wants to continue to come back and invest in our small businesses.
So how does the CVB spend the TOT that we receive? You'll see here, 12% is overhead, keeping the lights on, 25% is payroll, and 63% is the marketing. And the marketing breakdown, we go to the 18% for event promotion and social media. 8% is the data tracking. That's 7% is the media. A fam trip is familiarizing the media with our area. 21% is our website, software subscriptions, and constant contact. And 24% print ads, PR, radio, and film commission. And 22% is our visitor's guide that we put out every year. That comes out usually by the end of, mid to end of December of each year, so that there's a full year going forward. We do include the visitor's guide in our marketing percentages, even though the CVB, we raise those funds independently to pay for the guide. So we actively market the guide for participation. TOT funds, we believe we want to represent everyone in the tourism economy or in our county. So.
And as Jessica touched on, the visitor guide downloads just this past year, 80,000 downloads from the website, and a notable 1.2 million interactions with the CV website alone. So Placer AI that you see up next on your slide there, this is an exciting opportunity for us to give pretty close to real-time feedback to our small businesses throughout the county. As far as what visitors are doing, where they are originating from, how they're engaging or re-engaging with the various businesses by business segment. So smarter information and insights preparing our business community and travel organizations to, again, focus on that thoughtful and meaningful invitation to enjoy time throughout the county.
So the Visitors Bureau, the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, is open 7 days a week. In Angels Camp, we're open 9:30 to 4:30. The office in Murphy's is open now 5 days a week, 10 to 4. In 2022, we greeted 10,657 visitors. The Calaveras Visitors Bureau and Film Commission, we are funded by a percentage of TOT for both the county and the City of Angels Camp. The CVB also receives $50,000 from the City of Angels Camp to run the Angels Camp Museum. This stipend, along with missions memberships to the museum, pay for the operations, additional staffing, exhibit, and maintenance. Any profit from the sales, any profit from the sales at the gift shop, that goes to the county, the CVB side. There are currently 8 part-time positions. There are 2 full-time positions. We work with 11 board directors, which are filled by representatives from each tourism industry in the county and each district.
Just to wrap up there, the accounts are audited each year. Moving on to this beautiful Calaveras Visitor's Guide. I love that Marita happened to take a little screenshot of this or snapshot from a friend at the Oakland airport, but at the end of the day, we are the local authority, again, supporting the very unique Gold Rush era and history of our Calaveras County tourism spaces, and so focused on where to eat, where to stay, and where to play. As mentioned, 80,000 in downloads digitally annually, and about 50,000 distributed throughout local hotels, visitor centers, and of course, as you can see here, the airport. So we're currently working on a brand-new magazine concept for the 2024 guide.
So in keeping with that, we're staying with our Calaveras streaming, and that seems to kind of connected with people to come to the area and enjoy and visit and really interact. We are also working with a local Daniel Talent. He did the part of the video, the frog, but he is from Copperopolis, and he is the graphic designer that's helping with the whole new magazine concept of the guide. So, oh, and also I'd like to let you know the 50,000 is also distributed San Jose, San Francisco, Sacramento, Livermore, Pleasanton, all the way down to Monterey Bay. So it's getting a big, wide distribution. Plus, we're mailing them to anybody who calls in and requests them, and giving them out at our visitor centers and our events.
So on to social media, obviously a very important area to engage with a variety of consumers today, and where we look to re-engage in most cases. And so we watch this very closely. 362,302 social media reach this past in 2022. We continue to look at the uptick in our Facebook and Instagram followers. As you probably understand, how many of you are Facebook followers, Facebook users? Right, and then Instagram. Right, so it's almost like you gotta, be aware of both these days, right? So as we continue to appeal to both our local residents and business communities through Facebook, we're very mindful of the invitations, informational content on how to safely enjoy our beautiful parks and recreation areas, but to also be respectful of our family-run businesses and small communities. The Instagram side, we're also keeping a close eye on, as that it tends to appeal to the younger demographic of families, adventure seekers, et cetera. So these two outlets will continue to do a really good work in years to come. Hook, Line, and Thinker. I just love the name of this marketing and PR group. They understand our commitment also to focus on thoughtful, meaningful, safe tourism, prioritizing our residents first, and then the type of target audiences we invite in meaningful ways. And so we're really excited about the opportunities they've brought us, reaching these new target audiences, delivered now 32 stories in various high-level publications nationwide, most recently highlighted in USA Today as one of the 16 best places in the nation to see wildflowers. And based on that photo, you can see why. And I love that beautiful print behind you there as well, Sarah. So we're just excited to see that they understand who we are. They understand the unique, genuine offerings that we can present and how to shape that across the important medias nationally. And then I love the Frogs for All Seasons program that wrapped up. That campaign was spearheaded by this group. They got right into the root of who we all are, looking at this upcoming frog jump, and then reinforcing that beautiful history that sometimes we forget to share, especially with our younger audiences who might not know where the frog jump began, kind of that history going back to Mark Twain, et cetera. So that is an overview there. Travel writers, I think, Jessica, you've got some notes on this.
I do. So we do invite travel writers, social media influencers. We take them around the county, we show them the county. They promote Calaveras on their platform and in print articles. Our next step is this spring, we're going to have 5 award-winning professional photographers come in. They are interested in the frog jump, because that is unique to us. And the Visitors Bureau, we will have access to all of that content, to all of their photos. But they're not going to be just the frog jump. They're going throughout the county to find more photos. So we're hoping Copperopolis, Lake Hogan, up to Big Trees, but to find all of those beautiful spots here in Calaveras to really promote the area. And as you can see, the followers of the travel writers that we've engaged, Preeti is the middle photo here at Calaveras Big Trees, and she has 99,000 followers. And then Kay and her family came out. They are world travelers on Instagram. The mom, Trotter, they're wonderful people. But that's up at Big Trees, and she's got over 300,000 followers. Jonathan, the top right photo, he was out here for, he came to Big Trees, enjoyed snowshoeing for the very first time, and he also went to the World Pro Ski Tour and skied for the very first time. And I think that was probably the last time, too. He had a good time. And then, of course, you know, the well-known Calaveras, the big stump there at Big Trees. And then we've got our print ads. So this is our ad that has been in the National Geographic in the UK this year. That came out in their February-March issue. In that, the Local Getaways has over 150,000 subscriptions. They are out of the Bay Area, San Francisco, San Jose Bay Area. Sacktown is over 200,000 in readership, and obviously that's the Sacramento area. Yosemite Journal and Calaveras Visitors Guide is available everywhere, and this is our ad in there. And then we are hoping to expand back to the San Francisco Chronicle again when they bring their road trip special event, California road trips, and we are going to get back into that. And then we also have been in 13 of Northern California's newspapers, top newspapers.
It's been nice to see also what NPR has been doing to cover our unique offerings here in Calaveras County.
And then going forward, thank you for reminding me, going forward in 23, 24, we're going to be seeking more radio ads and more outreach into the valley areas and Sacramento and the Bay Area.
So obviously, community, it takes a tribe, right? So community sponsorships and participation has been key to, I think, the involvement of the Calaveras Visitor Bureau and how we get out and engage with our residents, with a variety of our community partners and leaders. And so just some of the areas that we focused on this past year include that World Pro Ski Tour, inviting, of course, these pros from all over the world to engage beyond the mountain. And so getting them down into various areas of Big Trees and wine country and throughout. The Frog Jump, obviously a big one, Irish Days, the Homecoming, Angels Camp Christmas Parade, our Grape Stomp coming up to the 30th annual, actually, October 7th. Just this past weekend, we wrapped up a very, again, thoughtful Spring Wine weekend that we moved from President's Weekend to just provide a better local experience as well. And then Airport Days was a lot of fun this past year. I know we've got Moke Hill coming up with the 4th of July parade, and I'm hearing something about the Raging Cajun as an opportunity.
I will be at Raging Cajun on Saturday.
Yes. And you might notice these very fun costumes that are becoming quite popular, and the demand now is real across the county for us to continue to add on to those costumes.
Who's in the costume?
Good question. So this is, I mean, many of you probably went out and saw this in February at the Bret Hart Auditorium, but Tales of Calaveras, I mean, what a beautiful way to showcase the heritage and uniqueness of our Gold Rush region through short film storytelling. And Levi's, the vintage Levi Strauss photo shoot, actually, again, the CBB's efforts and the Film Commissioner's efforts in making sure we're appropriate with meaningful and thoughtful invitations drew the Levi Strauss Corporation to our county for that very important photo shoot. So if you haven't seen that, it's absolutely gorgeous. Encourage you to. The next slide here, you'll see the range of partners that we work with throughout the state and obviously the county. So Visit California, I'd like to touch on for just a moment. We really pay attention to what Lynn Carpenter has to say about that thoughtful and meaningful tourism, safe tourism aspect, I think, today, following up from this pandemic era. And so road tripping is going to continue to be a really big focus for us as we invite the day trippers to come out from an hour to 2 hour drive times to our county. But then whenever possible, we're encouraging through our partnerships long stays, long weekends, summertime family camping and adventures here in the county. So our strategy going forward into 2024 and beyond is to maintain the delicate balance, of course, between that visitor and the local. So you probably have seen a lot of messaging around how to safely but thoughtfully visit. So pack in and pack out of our county. And we love that natural bridges was definitely discovered by many newbies during the pandemic, needing a place to go and escape and adventure out in nature. But that really brought up an opportunity also for us to see that there's a need for the CVB to better educate those who visit us for the first time. So just along that same line, not only from a pack in, pack out, clean up after yourself principle, we're also making sure that those who visit are very respectful and mindful of our family-run establishments. A very reverent approach to our wine country as well. And so to wrap up on this slide, a couple things. We want to create an awesome getaway for our visitors without disrupting our residents' quality of life. And that's been a focus we've all shared among these organizations. We want to expand our international and domestic marketing campaigns, again, with the unique target audiences that we've established so well. And of course, keep the revenues and investments coming into our county. And with that said, thank you all. Yes.
I did want to let you know, this was the first project taken on by our director. And it was something very important to him. And he rolled up his sleeves and he went to work and he got up on these work cars and he spray painted them all gold. To me, that speaks to the team that we've got there. They're very dedicated. We've all been there a very long time. And the CVB does continue to maintain those repairs. We pay distinctive metals to do the welding, to maintain the letters. And if anybody's interested in volunteering, they can give me a call. And other than that, I just wanted to say thank you for your time, and we look forward to coming back at the end of summer where we will have final 22 numbers and a final 22-23 financial breakdown for you.
Any board questions?
Somebody else might want to go first. It's going to take a while.
You want to take a while? Well, go ahead.
Hello. Good to see you guys all again. Quick question. First off, I want to appreciate the work that you guys do. I think you've had great success, and I think you guys run a good program. Janice, you and predecessors and others have listened to my questions consistently. This is year 7 that I will ask the exact same questions.
Okay.
And I think we have made some progress. For example, the Visitors Bureau now lists West Point on the county maps.
Mm-hmm.
That should have been there originally, but hey, we'll take progress. I'd like to know, where was the budget? You guys are asking for, or feel entitled to 25% of our TOT. Where was the budget slide and the use of those public monies in this presentation? And none of you should be surprised by my line of questioning, since, as I said, it has been consistent.
So you're looking for the budget breakdown?
What I'm looking for is accountability for how your organization uses the $300,000 to $500,000 that this county gives you, a general fund every year. Money that we could use for deputies, money that we could use for libraries, money that we could use to fill potholes. I just want to know how much are you going to ask, how much do you need for this upcoming budget cycle, and where is your budget proposal since we're going into budget? Not that you're going to get straight 25%.
I see. So that, I'm going to speak to the director, and I can circle back and get that information back to you. The actual budget proposal that we have usually we do in May. Is that?
We approve it in June.
In June?
And
okay.
This is important because TOT is one of our few flexible general fund dollars that we can use for anything. So everything in our budget general fund, most of it, tiers from these free dollars.
Just to clarify, we understood this meeting was to present the work we've been doing to make sure that the community and our county officials were aware. We were not told today we were presenting any budget proposals.
When we put together a plan, we start talking about what we're going to have out in this year.
Okay.
Actually, I don't think Visitors Bureau has been mentioned without me making this same statement in 7 years. So it should have been a surprise to nobody. I want to be really clear that I won't be voting for any dollars without a budget.
Well, we would imagine that you would. That's not a very intelligent decision.
Well, it's been made before.
So we'll make sure, we will bring this to the director.
That doesn't discredit any of the good work that you did. It's about accountability to the public.
Definitely, definitely. We'll provide that.
Okay, I will see that prior to budget, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper? Excuse me, Supervisor Stopper?
To follow up on Mr. Dermody, we've asked this consistently every time there has been a presentation by the Visitors Bureau, and I will refine my question a little farther when it comes to the budget, and doesn't have to be to the point of where you're going with the budget this year, but last year, you know, you discussed one small part about it, and I think that's kind of in a move to justify your work at the museum. You said there's a $50,000 stipend coming from Angels Camp City for the work being done at the museum. Is that stipend included with the percentage of TOT that Angels Camp gives you each year?
No.
Okay, what is the amount that Angels Camp gave you last year for your budget?
They budgeted $110,000.
$110,000. What was the amount that we budgeted you?
$400,000.
$400.
And of that 110 from the city, there is an agreement with the city that 15,000 of it is set aside for, specifically for their, this year it was going to go to an event that didn't happen, but we're going to, it goes specifically to the museum and the administration of the museum, the operations of the museum. Then there's 7,000 of it that also goes to the maintenance of the public restrooms there on the museum property. So I just wanted to let you know where that breaks down, but that 50,000, so that only can go to the museum, and the museum is only operated with admissions and that designated money.
For this last year, apparently, because
Yes.
because during COVID, there was stuff on video said that they had saved through the Angels Camp quite a bit through the Visitors Bureau being stationed there. So you know, maybe that change has been made, but at this point, you know.
So are you, because we share the offices, is that what you're, is that what you're asking?
It's not important on this.
Okay.
Let me go on. You know, I would also expect to see, you know, budgetary lines during a presentation, especially when we're, you know, financing something like this. Consistently, we brought it up even before I was on the board, and I would come in here. Mr. Toffnelli would bring it up in the past, you know. I see it with your statistics. You're geared towards, look, we bring these people in, and this is how we bring in TOT revenue, because that's what you do. But overall, your purpose is for people to come visit Calaveras County, and, you know, they don't just stay at places, they go to restaurants, they stop by the grocery store, they buy a candy bar or fuel at the gas station and everything else, which in all ways benefits our economics. Once again, District 1 and District 5, for the most part, have minimal to no TOT revenue generating places. Now, I understand that you're geared towards that, but again, I see a disparity to those districts when we have valuable places for people to visit when it comes to the Tri-Lakes area, Pardee, Hogan, and Comanche, that, you know, your focus is not strong enough to those districts, and I understand your thought process to it, but there are many people that do come up and visit those. And that, you know, now you put West Point on the map. They have a scramble race every year in that area. that brings an immense amount of people into the county, and they drive through, majority driving through Valley Springs, and restaurants like Brugger's have, they're like, you have to warn us next year because we ran out of food with how many people come through it, you know? I don't see you promoting those type of things for the west side of the county, even though they aren't TOT generators, because those people stay in campers and everything when they're doing up there those special events. So, you know, I would, you know, with us donating such a large sum as the county that benefits, I see it as it benefiting the, you know, county as a whole, including Angels Camp, you know, even though Angels Camp does do their fair share. I would like to see more focus presented to the other side of the county. And we've said this year in and year out. Yes, there's been small steps, but not enough from my perspective. You know, I really think that you should talk to your director about taking stronger steps in that direction. And I was disappointed to see the Visitors Bureau move back to Angels Camp, just because, you know, that in the past has been their focus more often than not, and I think their focus should be the entire county, not just the Highway 4 corridor.
Thank you, Mr. Stopper. If I could just really quickly interject. I've been serving on the CVB board now for about 4 years, and I think that it's important to understand that we have taken your feedback and direction as we restructured the Visitor Bureau annual guide, or visitor guide. And so as you probably have noticed in the last 2 years specifically, we've expanded those maps and things to do across the county with focus beyond what's happening in wine country, beyond what's happening in specific high trafficked areas. And so I think that's a good start in the right direction. But the correlation that you brought up also between those coming in their campers and hanging out at lakes, that's wonderful, and we do continue to encourage them to pack in and pack out properly and respect our county properly. It's not necessarily, though, providing any type of income for our small business community, which is about 85% of the businesses within the county. And so we get very little, you know, correlation there. So I think we're trying to be very mindful of, yes, let's encourage our visitor to explore all of the county offerings based on what their interests are. And at the same time, let's tie in meaningful invitations to engage with our small family-run businesses as well. So that's been an area of focus as we've restructured the visitor guide and why we laid out the visitor guide the way that we have, including the digital download. So just wanted to give you that feedback from my perspective in the last 3-4 years.
I hear that, but
Yeah.
you said it's a very minimal to no impact to small businesses. Now, I excluded TOT because we're there, but, you know, something that you're not seeing is the impact to restaurants and other businesses when those and everything else that do reside within our side of the county. It does have a large impact with those type of things. So I would, you know, respectfully disagree with you. Yeah, you don't see it with the TOT.
I was speaking more toward lodging, excuse me, lodging partners.
Well,
as far
small,
as-
you said small businesses.
Right, and so lodging.
Small businesses are all inclusive and not just lodging, you know,
Understood.
and
So-
lodging's not the sole purpose here.
And I understand. I was just trying to give you some perspective of the work that we are doing really well based on your feedback the last 3 to 4 years, because we
I
do
would like
believe
to-
that meaningful and mindful tourism is important across the county.
Okay, so
You guys- Can I say something, or do I wait for a moment?
I want to interject in here.
Yes, sir.
Because I've been on this board for a long time, and continuously, year after year after year, I've asked for you guys to include District 1 and District 5. He echoes that. I've sat here on your whole presentation and watched all of your videos that you presented. There wasn't a single shot of District 1 or District 5 in there. And I'll tell you what, you're not progressing from what I see. No, I think that's just talk. We do the fireworks over Hogan every year. I'm part of the boosters. That's been going on for over 27 years, 28 years. It brings in people from all over outside the county. And it brings business to that end of the county down there. yet there was nothing here. I saw fireworks on your video up country. No fireworks over Hogan was ever presented there. And that brings in a lot of money to our small businesses, is what you're saying. TOT is general fund. I don't care where it's generated. That's general fund dollars to me for the whole county. Okay? I saw a Christmas parade there, and I saw you mention the Christmas parade. Valley Springs has had a Christmas parade. We just did our 41st annual. Wasn't mentioned, wasn't no pictures of it. That brings in a lot of people from all over outside of the county, too. It was packed. It was absolutely packed this year. And it's been packed almost every year, but no mention of it. That's, again, West County. Excluded. You continue to exclude us. We also have what's going to be happening here in a couple of weeks on April 29th, the Ragin' Cajun Festival here in San Andreas. It's packing in people from all over, because the signs will go all the way down Highway 12 to Lodi and 26 into Stockton. It brings in people from all over. Not one thing on here. Nothing. It was shut out again. So you're not paying attention to the West County. Everything that you're presenting here is all up the Highway 4 corridor or up that way, and nothing down here. You're not progressing. Otherwise, we would have saw it here. So I'm going to have to disagree, okay? And I'm going on the lines with Jack. I want to see where the money is spent, because obviously what you're showing here, it's spent on upcountry. And again, these are general fund dollars, and we do generate TOT down here in this area because we have BNBs that are utilized. So we need to have this presented, and you need to come back. I'm going along the lines with Jack. I want to see where the money is spent and what areas it's being spent on, because obviously your marketing is not here when there's a lot of things that are going on to benefit small businesses. So that's where I'm at. I just want to let you know. And I know Supervisor Fallenborst has something to say also. But I couldn't hold back. I was going to wait till the end, but I wanted to jump in this. And I've continuously, year after year after year after year, sat here and agreed and voted for the TOT to go to CVB. And yet, it's still here that we're working on it. I don't see it. I'm sorry. Your videos show that you're not. So, thank you.
Was the only, I'll follow up. Was the only supervisor that is here today to represent the entire Highway 4 corridor. I think, I don't disagree with what they're saying. I think we need to focus on a lot of these events that are happening in the west side of the county, but I think we also need to be mindful that the infrastructure, unfortunately, is along the Highway 4 corridor. These merchants over the years have supported the increases both at for the TOT, both at the city level and at the county level, and they have an expectation with including these in the, to fill up the hotel, the service that the CVB is providing by the marketing. So we've got that going on, but we also, as the other supervisors have pointed out, we've got the small businesses and driving that. I think Jack and I have had conversations over just as recently as yesterday, how do we build the infrastructure up to support these things? And so until we find those solutions, we're caught with the Highway 4 corridor being that hub because of the infrastructure of the hotel. But that doesn't mean that we can't promote and drive those that are on the Highway 4 to experience something different and getting them into the west side of the county. So I think that's just something that we need to remember of why also CVB was created way back in the day, was because the merchants band together to make sure and to ensure that they were promoting the hotels and get them full by these events. And we have come a long way. There's still a lot to go with promoting our county, especially after post-pandemic. On the comment about CVB always being an Angels, and then going to the museum, I was on the council when that happened. And I remember reaching out to the county, as the mayor, and not one county official showed up in those conversations to say that they did not support that. Through the reorganization of the city and the CVB, we found that in conversations, it didn't happen overnight. It was a multi-year conversation that had happened, and we reached out multiple times to the CAO's office, to the board. Not a single person showed up. So I'm offended that there would be an attack on that relocation and that reorganization, because as the leadership of that, no one told us that that's not what you wanted. But we also have to remember, too, that that is where CVB started. That was the agreement, was to promote, to kick off the Highway 4. It was before Murphy's was thriving, and Angels was the hub at that time. And we get the Angels camp with the jumping frog. And that is also a reminder of why that logo and why the CVB has been a staple within the city limits. But that doesn't mean that through appropriate investments, we can't start reaching out and putting offices in other locations. I know that that has been talked about, including, I think, coming to San Andreas, but I don't know where that has gone yet. But I believe that we're going to see some big changes going on. I just have to say that because I just feel that it's not fair for them to get beat up on some of these things, because I was one of those decision makers, and that should be coming to someone like me. And I know Gary. So I do feel for that. But with that, it was an opportunity, you know, the promotion of the jumping frog, what has made Calaveras a staple, and just the saving. I mean, both the county and city were spending a lot of money on overhead, and this was a wise choice at that time to merge the two, to save the money, so then those dollars got stretched even more into the marketing of what CVB should have been doing. So I just wanted to come back and kind of, from the leadership standpoint, show why some of those decisions were made for the benefit of my colleagues. But overall, I do agree with them. I would like to see some more stuff over in the west side, try and promote it. I know with the summer, it's really easy to get hung up on the concerts and everything going on with the spring, but we've got a lot going on. We've got Lumberjack Days, we've got the bike races at it, Comanche that have been happening. We've got a lot of things happening, and it really would be nice to highlight that. And it's not just for visitors. I mean, how many of us who are on the opposite sides of the county go to the other sides and see and visit our own events that we have locally? So it's a driving force for residents to get outside of the norm and maybe create a new tradition in a different part of the county to go and take their kids or families to. So I see it as an opportunity that I look forward to seeing how you guys expand on that. So thank you for your presentation today. I appreciate it. I know it's been difficult coming out of the pandemic, trying to get people back into town. So thank you, Chairman. I'll get off my soapbox.
Am I allowed to?
Thank you, Supervisor Paulendorf. And I just want to say that I want to thank you for your presentation too. And the only reason that the Visitors Bureau did come to San Andreas because there was a little bit of falling out with the city, and where you were at there, that's now the pickle porch, and charging for it. And so a little bit, so you moved to where it was more economical during the time that we were going through there. But it did start in Angels Camp. That's where the whole basis of the thing was. I agree with her. And I really don't care, to me, where you're located at. I just want to make sure that when we're using general fund dollars, that it's the whole county that we're promoting as one, not specific areas. Her Highway 4 corridor thing, I agree, but that's not exactly everything that happens in the county. Again, as I pointed out, and there's a lot of different areas down here in the west end of the county a lot of different things that are going on that does for small businesses and promotes them, and they count on those activities going on. So we really need to promote those. So, okay, is there any, Jack?
Just one more thing. I was unable to find on your website your board membership. So without going into that, it might be helpful to have geographic distribution of board members. When, just as an aside, when you do bring your budget to try to get money from this board, we're going to talk about trying to make sure that, if we're investing half the dollars into your organization or operating or more, we're going to want some control, or I'm going to want some control and some say over it. We have to represent that to the citizens who these dollars belong to, and there has to be accountability. So maybe those are two tools you can work on in the next couple of weeks.
Sounds good.
And I have one other question, and I wrote it down, but I didn't bring it up. You said you get $100,000 from the city, but $50,000 of that $100,000, no? Okay, all right. That's a separate
stipend.
Yes, that's specifically for the museum.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I believe in the city budget, the 50,000 is directly, it shows it as a line item at the museum. Yeah.
I just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
May I say one more thing, or?
I think Supervisor Stopper has one more comment.
Yes.
I know it feels like we're coming at you strongly when it comes to West Side. I do see the benefit of the good work that you have been doing. So I do not want to take away from that, but also I would like to say that, yes, originally when the Visitors Bureau was formed, it was more directly towards Angels Camp, but over the years with us bringing TOT in and the budget expanding and the county as a whole being, the majority contributor to the CVB, that with the times, you also need to grow to represent the county as a whole with that money going the way it is, I understand where the roots were. You need to grow with the times. That's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know, as events are opening up, we do realize that what's going on at the other parts, the other parts of the county. On the website, we have the 7 reasons. One of the first blogs we did this year was 7 reasons to visit Valley Springs. And so we focused on the lodging there, the lake, I have to look and see because I'm kind of nervous, but we're reaching out to that area. Last year for the visitor's guide, I visited Valley Springs, San Andreas, trying to think where else, to try and get more representation in the visitor's guide. We do have Olive Crush in there, thankfully.
Yeah.
And we're hoping to maybe have Ruger's and Fusion Grill, more of the restaurants, and have that big representation. Sender's Market, that's a pretty wonderful place, by the way. And but we're also Raging Cajun. I know that last year was only the second year, and then this year we're going to be there. We're sponsoring it. We're going to physically be there to hand out the guides and to talk to people about other places in the county. So I just want to tell you thank you so much for the direction, and that is going to be a goal and something that we look forward to working on.
I'm president of the Valley Springs Area Business Association, so maybe we can have you come speak to the association when we have an event. We just had a mixer. We're going to have another one next month. If we can get you to attend that and come and speak, it would be very good. Reach out. I would really appreciate it.
I did meet your Rotary. They're wonderful people.
You can speak at Rotary. Yeah,
yes, I spoke at Rotary. They're very nice people.
Okay, so yeah, I'll be in contact with you.
Yes, please.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else from the board? Not, I'll open up the public comments on this item. Is there any public comment?
Yes. All righty, Susan Weatherby again, CEO of the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a director on the Visitors Bureau Board of Directors, and I do represent the west side. We did talk about the scramble. It's in Wilseyville, correct? We did talk about advertising for that. It's in November. We did just recently advertise for the bike race that was out of Milton. I have personally had many travel writers come into Moke Hill and into my shop and write about their experience. I know that's District 2, not 105, but still the other side of the county from Highway 4. Yes. Anyway, so I feel personally responsible for that side of the county for the Visitors Bureau. So if you have any questions or anything, please address them to me, and I'm happy to come to Valley Springs. Yeah, absolutely.
You've been to our mixers.
Yes, definitely. I want to include, yes, it was fabulous. So I'm happy to include that side of the county. I want to do more for that side of the county. So, but the other reason I'm here, of course, is I'm representing myself and my board of directors. Of course, you know the local businesses have suffered for the last 3 years due to the pandemic and the global recession, and we're just now starting to see recovery. And the Calaveras Visitors Bureau is a crucial partner in that recovery, and they have been working diligently to bring in tourists and much needed tourist dollars into our local economy. It's important that they continue to be funded so that the CVB can work to bring in those outside dollars that help our local businesses and communities finally recover. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment?
My name is Christopher Butner. I own the Murphy's Witch Walk. I am a marketing consultant specializing in the entertainment industry with over 30 years experience in my role. You're all aware of the fact that since February 14, 2023, I addressed before the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors, as well as in letters to the editors and correspondence to you, the issue of county-sanctioned and institutionalized conflicts of economic interests, institutionalized cronyism, and exclusionary collusion through the willful and malicious suppression of entrepreneurialism and innovation. In favor of select, supportive legacy, personalities, businesses, and industries through the advocacy of individuals entrenched in a range of both governmental and business bureau leadership positions. On April 6, 2023, this issue broke out into the open with a cover story in the Calaveras Enterprise, Angels Camp, Business Denied, Permit to Host Events. This has put the wedding industry on the ropes. It is causing much confusion in an industry that generates $24 million for this county. I received a text message from a venue owner who was being harassed by his neighbor. I addressed harassment when I was before this board, Supervisor Tofinelli, on March 28th. He writes to me, "What happens when all these corrupt people realize the walls are closing in? I feel like they will retaliate, even violently." I have been the victim of that kind of harassment. I have filed 11 harassment reports, and I had to take a business owner to court to get a restraining order against this individual. This text message expressing such deep and fearful concern, sadly but understandably exemplifies the unsafe and detrimental business and community climate that the Calaveras County government, in complicit association with numerous Business Bureau leadership positions, continues to agenda. I have emailed you all an 18-page analysis report last night. I hope you look at it. Over 4 years, the Calaveras County and the Angels Camp, City of Angels Camp, has contributed $1,836,000 to the CVB for a decline in tourism 5% to 38% specific to District 3. The Film Commission website has been offline since February 2020. There is no marketing to the film industry. Numbers don't lie to people. To Ben's point, to your point, the riches are in the niches. Got to do a better job at marketing. I'm here to help if you want it. You know my phone number.
Is there any other public comment in the room?
Hi there, my name is Grant Armstrong. I'm a resident of Murphy's, and as you probably can tell, I'm not originally from this part of the world. I first came to Calaveras County as a tourist back some 20 years ago, and it was, obviously, I was amazed at the countryside, the beauty of the lakes, the mountains, the trees, but the one thing which I took away with me was the community. The minute I walked into it and came and met people from Calaveras, there was something very special about it. I've worked in the film and television industry for the past 32 years, working on very small shows to multi-million-dollar feature films. And the one thing I can take away with me for the whole time is the fact it's all about teamwork. And that's why I want to applaud for once all the amount of work that goes on to help the tourism in this county, from all the different companies, all the different organisations, the NBA, the CWA, the DAC, the Friends of the Fair, the Arts Council, the people behind the lumberjack and the logging days. From Copperopolis to McCollum Hill, there's so much work that needs to get recognised, it really does, because without that, tourism is nothing. So I just would like to make sure that everyone realises the amount of work it takes to put on a show, because I do know what that takes. And it's a community effort. I went to Irish Days, and I was amazed at how well organised it was. You know, from the volunteers who closed the roads down, to the people who are picking the garbage up throughout the day, to the people who wandered down the streets in some sweaty old blow-up costume. I mean, it really does take a whole lot of work to put on a show for the public and for locals and people from out of town. So if one thing can take away from today, it's not just about the money. It's just not about that. It's about the effort that everybody puts in to the actual tourism, all the volunteers. And I'll take it even further apart. It's the theatres. It's the museums. It's everything that goes into Calaveras County that makes it so special. The docents that put all their time and effort into teaching kids and teaching outsiders what happened in this county. It's so important. It's not just about the events, it's about the whole county. And I would just say if everyone can just recognise the amount of work that goes into it all and the teamwork that it takes to make this happen, I just think you should applaud the amount of work that goes unseen behind the scenes. So, in my respect, thank you for everybody who does work so hard in this county to make it the place it is, and to put it and it's putting it on the map. People I brought in from England and from Europe, they are amazed that they've never heard of it. They love the place, and they're going to come back and they'll tell their friends.
Your time.
Thank you, and out.
Any other public comments? Seeing none in the room, is there any online?
There is not.
We have none online, so I will close public comment and bring it back. Is there any final comments you would like to say?
I would, thank you. I'd first of all like to thank you for hearing us out with our updates and the good work that we are putting forward. It is important that we listen to our leadership, and so I really appreciate you talking about the districts that need a little more love in different ways. I think, Amanda, you talked about something really intriguing to me also. I think maybe we look at our local communities also with some kind of a campaign where we encourage more cross-county, across the county tourism. I think that's a real wonderful opportunity to take with us. From a budgeting perspective, I think if we were to take our website analytics, that 1.2 million consumer engagement, and show you also what the top pages are and what people are seeking when it comes to things to do across the county, that could be helpful, I think, data to present back in addition to our budget line items. And then lastly, I've noted that we can get the board of directors listed on our website by the geography. I think it's a very good recommendation. Thank you there, Mr. Garamendi. And to wrap up, we will also take along line the budget. I think by district, it would be interesting to break down the double in TOT that's been brought into the county through our efforts, since 2019. It'd be interesting to see how that breaks down by district as well. I think that could be really important information for you all when you're starting to make future decisions. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we will take a break and set up the next item, item number 25. we are back. And we're going on to item number 25. This is another informational item only. It's economic and community development. Receive a presentation from Informational Technology and Economic and Community Development about broadband projects and opportunities in Calaveras County. So I will turn it over to you, Stan. You were on. There you go.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you, Board. And Kathy is going to kick this thing off. So Stan Moore from IT, and so we thank you for the opportunity to present. And Kathy?
Hi, Kathy Galino, Chair Tuffanelli, Honorable Board, Economic and Community Development. Stan and I have been working very hard, pulling our brains together to put this together. A lot of information is going to be coming at you. I'm sure there's going to be lots of questions. Of course, the first thing that we're going to have is getting this to move. There we go.
Okay, so for today's discussion, and we're going to try to move through the discussion piece fairly quickly. We believe that there will be some questions, and we want to leave time for some of those questions. So we do thank you for your attention as we go through. So a number of things for today's discussion. We're going to do an update on where we are with grants and projects. Have to have funding for this, so Kathy will be talking about that. What are the state and the county priority areas? I will cover that. What's coming down the road? Kathy will have that. Resources I will cover. Kathy will be talking a little bit about where we are going in the future. Next slide, please. So this is, we're going to throw some acronyms at you. I'm not going to go over these in detail. It would take the entire hour. Really, the point here is that there is so much for all of us to learn, whether it's Kathy and I, whether it's the public, the board. There's a lot going on with broadband, and we are all expected to come up to speed very quickly in terms of everything that is going on. So we can come back and talk to you about these areas later, but there's a lot going on. Next slide.
So where we are today, as Dan mentioned, we've had to come to speed very quickly. We've heard about broadband. We want broadband. We think about broadband, but how do we actually bring it to our residents? In 2022, we completed the broadband roadmap. This was through the Central Sierra Economic Development District. It was a collective of 5 counties. We worked with a consultant to help provide that first framework of what do we have, what do we know, where do we want to go. The second piece was the local agency technical assistance grant that the county received. It was for $500,000. We were one of the first counties to be awarded that funding, and we elected to take that funding and put it to design and engineering of identifying where our priority areas are and getting those designed. We're working with Tilson and Golden State Connect Authority. They are fabulous to work with. They've really helped lift the load off the two of us by providing that administrative oversight, grant reimbursements, and those types of things. The first pass of conceptual designs were provided to us at the end of March. We have a revised set that we received on April 4th, and we're prepared to start moving forward with identifying those key areas. We have areas in pretty much every supervisorial district that are along the middle mile corridors, and we've spoken with each of you pretty much on how that is going to hopefully roll out. The second thing, or the third thing that we have is the broadband strategic plan. Again, Golden State Connect Authority is working with the counties that are part of the group to develop this very thoughtful strategic plan. What comes first, what comes second, what makes sense, what's the funding, how do we coordinate the various funding streams into these, aligning with these priority projects. We had our first meeting April 5th, and we'll be coming back with you on when we get to that point. 22, 23, The CASF project, the CASF grant, which is through CPUC, again, this was a project or a grant that we applied for as part of the Central Sierra Economic Development District, 5 counties, and I'm working with Mariposa's Economic Development, as well as Linda Groot, who we're going to thank later, who's amazing resource, from Tuolumne County, and J.T. Chevalier from Alpine County. We were awarded the grant. We're going to be focusing on speed testing, ISP connectivity and communication, and outreach. It's really hard to get information from some of our ISPs who don't want to play in the sandbox with us. So we're going to be working on strategizing how we can get that data and that information to make our jobs better and get our citizens connected. And then County GIS has been, Doug and Dan have been amazing to take this data that we get from Tilson and make it into something that we can understand. So there's a lot there, a lot to be thankful for.
Go ahead. Before getting into the state's priority areas, I'm going to touch a little bit on Golden State Connect. Kathy mentioned them briefly. We're fortunate in California with this massive project that's $42 billion nationwide, and it's there's a great deal of effort in all areas of this project. Managing the financing of it is a real significant piece, certainly. RCRC worked with, there's, I believe, 40 counties that are part of the Golden State Connect Authority. And it's a JPA that is put together specifically to work with this particular project. And I pulled some things off of the Golden State Connect website just to talk a little bit about who Golden State is. And we could not do this without RCRC and Golden State. They're critical in everything that we're doing. Golden State is a JPA comprised of 40 rural California counties designed for the purpose of increasing access to reliable, affordable, high-speed internet for the residents and businesses of those counties. Simply put, our goal is access to quality internet for rural counties. So we work directly with Golden State on a regular basis. Golden State provides knowledge for us. They provide resources for us. Golden State is ultimately the organization that will own something that we will get to talking about with a last mile network. So they will take a great deal of the burden off of individual counties and make for a process that all these 40 counties can tap into and utilize resources from Golden State. I don't know how other states are handling it, but in California we are fortunate to have RCRC and Golden State working with us. We're also fortunate that Supervisor Garamendi is the chair of Golden State Connect and watches out for us as well as all 40 counties. So we're pleased to be working with Golden State. So the slide that's up now, the state's priority areas. If you look and you'll see the orange lines, you will see a layout of what's referred to as the middle mile. So within internet, we have middle mile, we have last mile. The state is in charge of developing middle mile. They're developing 10,000 miles throughout the state of middle mile. You can think of middle mile as large conduit that will be delivering internet and having internet ready. The middle mile does not deliver internet to any residents. It is infrastructure that will have internet ready. So there's about $3.25, I believe, $3.5 billion that the state has allocated to developing a middle mile infrastructure. So 10,000 miles for the entire state. Initially, there were plans to have about 13,000 miles of middle mile. The state came back between Department of Transportation, Department of Technology. They said, based on the $3.5 billion that we have, we cannot do the 13,000 miles. They did a survey looking to see where does the middle mile have to go to reach the largest amounts of unserved and underserved populations. Unfortunately, as a result of that, Calaveras County had some middle mile layouts cut back. If you look on the right-hand side, you'll see going up Highway 4 corridor, there's middle mile that goes as far as Arnold. The original design had middle mile going all the way up through Highway 4 into Alpine County and up through Alpine County. Unfortunately, that was removed. So there are areas up county and through Alpine that at this time are not going to have middle mile infrastructure. Alpine County representatives, David Griffith, one of the supervisors, myself, others, have been vocal with middle mile owners with the state and asking that we have consideration to, as soon as we can, extend that middle mile up Highway 4 so that we will be able to tap into it. The population amounts are not real high further up Highway 4, but the public safety needs are significant. And so ultimately, we need to have that extended. The good news is that the middle mile design is continuing. The state is committed to building the middle mile that will support all the rest of the needs of the county. And that will be done in the next 2 years. There's an expectation that everything for middle mile, all of the funds for it have to be encumbered by the end of 2024. All of the construction has to be done for middle mile by the end of 2026. That construction is critical for the rest of what we are going to be doing. So there is something I wanted to bring up on the layout. Yeah, go back. On the layout of the middle mile that just came up this week in the middle mile advisory committee, and that is the state is going to be taking advantage of broadband or of fiber that is in place and being underutilized by different providers. So instead of working to do all of the construction and putting all of this 10,000 miles across the state through new construction, they're looking to see where they can lease or purchase excess bandwidth that other providers may have. So the state feels that there are a lot of advantages to doing this. It is a significant change in terms of how they were going to be tackling it. They're highly confident from what they've seen for where that excess bandwidth is available, excess fiber, and so it's a different process than what was going to be done before. So we will be following this closely. It's critical that the entire middle mile get delivered in the time that they have committed to. Next slide, please. The county priority areas. Now we're going to get into some of the last mile work that gets done that uses that middle mile. Kathy had talked a little bit about this, that there were initially the first two counties that were delivered with a conceptual design those counties were Alpine and Calaveras County. We've used a $500,000 grant for our local assistance technology to be working with this company, Tilson Technology, and they are helping us put together a conceptual design. They have already mapped out the entire county, and so that they are able to tell if we if we were to develop our network for the entire county as if there was no internet in the county at all, and we did everything to connect every residence, that the cost would be staggering. The cost would far exceed what the funding is that we will get from grants. In fact, it would cost approximately $350 million if we were to do everything from scratch. We know that is not reality. Part of the reason why Tilson did that was so that when we come back and identify priority areas, that they say, well, we've already got a pretty good idea of what it would do, what it would take for those areas in order to go from the middle mile to last mile to the residents. So the charge that we have had is to develop a set of potential priority areas. So there are approximately 2,000 residences that have been identified as being underserved, or unserved rather. What does that mean? If you have service available, whether you have it at your residence or not, of 25 megabits down, 3 megabits up, if you do not have at least that level of service, then you are considered unserved based on all of our use of internet services and how much bandwidth it takes. Anything under 25.3, it is considered as unserved. So there's about 2,000 residents in the information that we utilize from CPUC that are considered unserved. When we go get the funding to continue with the project, we are required to serve put service in for unserved residents first. We get those done, we can go on to underserved, and then we keep working our way up the chain. So we have been asked for these unserved properties to develop some priority areas, give those back to Tilson Engineering so that they can develop project plans for us and give us an idea of what it would cost to do some of those potential priority areas. We're in the process of providing that information to Tilson this week. They will in turn come back and say, this makes sense. You've left some residents out that you could include for about the same money. You've got some locations that maybe the cost per residence is a little bit higher than what you're looking for. It's going through with an education process at this point. Ultimately, we will come back to the board, and after we've had the further discussions with Tilson, and this is going to take place in the not-too-distant future, and say, here are our final recommendations now, backed up with information from Tilson. That will be an action item for the board then to look at what we are suggesting for final build and provide feedback to us at that time. The data that we're using is at times challenging. Information that we have from CPUC, we look at it and we say, we're not sure that we agree that all of these residences have the level of service available that you, CPUC, are telling us. We have challenged some of those. We are continuing to go through that challenge process, but right now we are required to use the information that CPUC is providing. They are working to improve their data as well, but we have to use the data that they provide in order to go forward with the grants. Okay, next slide, please. And this is yours.
This is me. Oh, boy. So what's coming up? Given the information that we have at this point and trying to make an educated guess with the assistance of our consultants, we're developing our strategic plan. This is going to roll up a lot of the things that you're hearing and trying to bring it into a space and place that we can all understand. We had a kickoff meeting with Golden State Connect Authority and Tilson. Golden State Connect Authority put out a request for proposal trying to get those strategic plans for, again, the 40 counties, rural counties. In some cases, they went with a different consultant based on their geographic location, but for us in the rural areas, Tilson was a clear choice. They're doing the engineering design. They can help us with the strategic planning. We did a business survey that's going to be under development. We'll be working with Tilson and Golden State Connect Authority on establishing those questions. We already know who our key anchors and big users are. We're going to talk a little bit later about developing an advisory board, more as part of our outreach efforts continue on. And then May 31st is the CASF infrastructure grant account. This is for last mile, and this is primarily for our ISPs. It's very complex. I've sat in on a couple of webinars and left scratching my head. Again, we're focusing on those unserved, underserved locations. The other part with the CASF infrastructure is it's going to be tying into some other things as far as BEAD funding and also for equity. There's a whole equity piece that needs to come into play. The ISPs are going to get an increase in connection fees from $1,500 per household up to $4,500 per household. The weird thing about the infrastructure, and I asked twice, what is the maximum grant amount that an ISP can receive? And I, believe it or not, was told, and it was recorded, there is no grant maximum. I don't know how that works. So I don't know how that budgetarily is going to fill out. And I've not really been focusing on the infrastructure piece as an ISP because the county's not going to be an ISP. We're not going to be a utility provider. But wanting to understand that so that we can work with our ISPs that are in here, that are here today. Thank you. So the other big thing that we have coming up in May 30th, the California Department of Technology is hosting a Broadband for All event in Tuolumne County. I think I gave you guys a brief heads up. We had our first meeting last week or week before. This is going to be for the covered populations that are low income, veterans, disabled, aging, our tribes, racial ethnic groups, language barrier, and rural communities. We're working out the logistics with Tuolumne at this point. It's going to be hosted there with 3 satellite locations, one in Mariposa, one in Alpine, and one in Amador County. And it's really going to be talking about that digital divide, the equity piece, and making sure that those that are unserved and underserved are fairly represented that fall in these categories. So, more money coming down the pipe. Lots of decisions we're going to need to make, lots of priorities we're going to have to establish. Under the federal funding account, there's $2 billion for last mile applications, and county allocations are anticipated to be announced in June or July. I've heard numbers, but they haven't been verified. I've heard everything from $50 million to $30 million, so we're not sure exactly what Calaveras County's allocation will be. There's a loan loss reserve program. This again is through the CPUC, $750 million for local governments to secure state-granted financing for last-mile infrastructure. The rulemaking is underway, and I know Supervisor Garamendi, you've had your finger on that pulse very closely. The BEAD, which is the broadband equity and accessibility, that is one that I've been listening in on as well, participating in a lot of those discussions with the NTIA. Marina, she's been great. There's $42.2 billion for federal funds passed to states for local. We don't know what our allocation is going to be. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the BEAD funding is going to be very tied to our digital equity and our BEAD plan, our 5-year plan, which we're going to be working on next year. We'll start working on next year. I just really don't know how this is all going to happen. By 2026, everybody's going to have broadband. I suspect that it's not going to go as smoothly as anticipated, but you know what? We're going to give it everything we got. And then we'll continue to update the FCC broadband map, because you pull up their map and you pull up the CPUC, and it's not jiving. They don't always represent the areas that we know, sort of know, that are not properly served. So I think you're up.
I want to step back a little bit. I've lived in all of the members of the board are very familiar with the open access network concept. But I want to talk a little bit so that the public, if they're not aware, has a better idea. We all hear on the nightly news that that internet is going to be rolled out, whether it's countywide, statewide, countrywide. And so how is this going to be different than what we have with internet today? So if we, using the map that we had shown up, we had the middle mile, that's going to make that internet services, the capability will be there. But there's something being developed that is called an open access network. And so we will have the ability in some cases to utilize this open access network so that the internet service providers, they would not have to develop all of the infrastructure to develop or to deliver internet to individual residents would be done by the state. It will be done locally. Golden State Connect is going to be very involved in this development of the last mile, utilizing a company that has a strategic alliance with Golden State. That company is Utopia. They've been doing this in many cases. They're very successful with it. You could almost think of this as if it was an interstate highway system or the electrification program that went on many years ago, where the individual companies that deliver or that provide internet service to you in your home does not have to develop all of the infrastructure to deliver the internet. That's part of what this program is about, is delivering the infrastructure, enabling individual ISPs, some of those will be new, some of those will be existing, to utilize that infrastructure. You as the residents would likely have two checks that you would write out each month. One that would be to the internet service provider for that internet that you're using, and one that would go to support the infrastructure itself. Both of those costs combined are anticipated to be less than what a lot of people pay today, and also bring the internet service to residents that don't even have it available. So we anticipate that many of the county residents will be able to take advantage of that open access network methodology. Another way is that individual service providers that are already in place, they will be able to take advantage of some of these grant funds as well and be able to extend services that they have in an area that for one reason or another they have not completely rolled out. So we will be working both with Golden State and with this open access network, and we will be working with the individual internet service providers in the county, looking for ways that we can work together. The main objective here is to get affordable internet into residences, make it available. Some of that will be through the open access, some of it will be partnering with existing internet service providers. There's additional discussions that are going to have to go on there. So.
And this slide was just a slide that I wanted to put in. I received this from the CPUC. It gives another visual. Some people like boxes that are colored that help flow and show where the money's going, where it's coming from. So it's just a visual. But as Stan had mentioned, it's really, really important that it's not just an open access network where there might be competition, but it's providing reliable and affordable internet. And I know some folks, some supervisors pay a lot of money to have internet access through satellite or not. But there's a way that we can work together with all the various technologies to move this forward. I think you have this one, right?
Yep, I do. Okay.
That's Stan.
Is that Stan?
That's Stan. I drew that picture of him with.
Yeah, it is. And it's the old drinking from a fire hose. And sometimes we feel like we're going through that process of having to learn a great deal about this and do it in a very short period of time. There's some of the folks at the federal and state level have been working on this a little bit longer than we have, and a lot of these things are coming to fruition, whether it's with the build, whether it's with the grant funding, and so we are working very hard to come up to speed here as quickly as we can. This is a large lift for the county staff. It's going to get even more challenging. So we are up to the challenge, but it takes a significant, I was going to say a fair amount, it takes a significant amount of Kathy's time, of my time. I've got a great team in IT, and they're helping me out, and they're taking on some of the things that I would have otherwise been doing. But this is something that we're excited about. This is a generational opportunity. It's a generational opportunity for our public. It's a generational opportunity for county government, for everyone who is working on it. It's something that we're excited that we can say that we are part of. We will continue to leverage RCRC, great resources we get from RCRC and Golden State Connect. The Broadband Advisory Group, we've had discussions with a couple of the board members about this. We want to be smart about it. We don't want to go out and put together yet another committee telling us that, yes, they need broadband. So there may be a time in the future we say, okay, we've got a better idea in terms of exactly how we would use this group, and it would be very strike team oriented. We would come back to the board and talk to you about that before we would set that up, if we do set up. And there's these multi-year projects that it's going to take some time. 2026, that's the time for mid-mile to be finished. 2027 is when, in theory, all of the construction is done with delivering last mile. I take a look at it, and I question whether or not that will happen. And if it does happen by that time, it will be wonderful. But it's important that we all understand, board, public, that when you may hear internet's coming, it's a journey, and we're heading down that path, but it is a journey. And yes, that was me.
So what does the future hold for us? Again, we've already touched on the advisory board, trying to identify who those key partners are going to be through our education, healthcare, and various business groups, those that are needing. What do they need? What do they have? What do they need? Do we know? Do we know what we need? Do we know what's going to be happening? So it's going to be a lot of conversations, a lot of getting up to speed, working with our ISPs, what's available, what's out there, what works, what doesn't work. As I mentioned, needs analysis. Also ensuring digital equity. This is going to be a big piece, and we are going to be audited on this. We need to make sure that we're inclusive and that we look at our community as a whole. And CCTV and library have been huge. As you heard today, the library, I had no idea all the stuff that our libraries provide. Not just Chromebooks and hotspots, but I mean digital literacy training, working with our seniors, working with our youth. That's a huge resource, and I love working with Nancy and her team. The volunteers are great. Community Access TV, another partner that would be great. They can actually do some of that hands-on training as well, and their travel and their mobile. They can go to different locations throughout the county, and was talking to Sarah yesterday in a brief conversation. It was like, oh, wow, this just dawned on me that this could be a great opportunity of capturing and training folks, working with folks. We're going to be held accountable. And I know we're a small county, but I think you'd be surprised how many folks kind of go, oh, yeah, I get it. I know how it works. I get it. But they don't. They don't really know how it works. I have problems on technology stuff when I come in here. Also, we want to talk about supporting our ISPs, our small local ISPs. Yes, we've got Comcast, the big boys, the big girls, AT&T. They don't always want to communicate with us. They don't always want to play in the sandbox with us. But you'd be surprised how many of our ISPs here in Calaveras County. I was on the CPUC site, and I was like, oh, I've never even heard of that company before. So you click on an address, and I believe it was yours, Supervisor Tokenel. You're like, I never even heard of that company. Limited liability broadband for you. So having to have those connections and conversations, are they truly providing the service that they say they're advertising to us? And what is the cost of that? And then strengthening our Dig Once policy. I know Robert Packinger probably isn't here right now, and he'd probably strangle me if he was. We do have a great Dig Once policy, but it could be strengthened. It would be great to be able to work with our utility providers, all of our various diggers, people who dig in the roadway, right-of-way. It would be great if we could have a thing that would allow them to put in conduit. I know I kind of think out of the box, and we know that that's very not cost-friendly, coming from a construction side. But there's other things that we could do to help promote right-of-way opportunities when we are working in the right way. And then the last thing that we want to talk about is CEQA. CEQA is always a fun, scary thing that we talk about, and developing a programmatic EIR, countywide EIR. We're still, there's still conversation with RC's council and our council trying to determine, can we do it, how we do it, how do we pay for it. I've identified 2 more grants that I just found out about last week.
Yep.
One of them is through USDA, which is a technical advisory broadband grant. It's up to $250,000. CEQA may be a good fit for that. I know Tuolumne County used their LATA grant funds rather than doing all engineering and design. They used a significant portion of it for the programmatic EIR. I don't want to think that we're going to have to do this, but when we start doing that last mile, and we might be connecting through private roads, we're not going to have the right-of-way, the public right-of-way, as our ability to get to that last house. So I know there's a lot of stuff that this is just a quick brain dump, is really what it is. And
so,
ready for question and answers?
Question and answer.
And so there was, this slide was supposed to be really, really interesting, but there's a lot of people that we want to thank. Not just our team internally, not just you for your support and understanding, but we tap on a lot of different folks. Go ahead, Stan.
So some of the people that are here, we've got our technology partners, Tilson, that's the one we've been working with to do the initial conceptual design. But some of the individuals, Barbara Hayes from RCRC, and she's learning a lot of this as she goes, but she's a leader, and so she is giving a lot of direct support to each of the 40 counties that are participating in this, and she has been a real ally. Len DeGroot is a full-time project manager of broadband from Tuolumne County, and all of the surrounding counties have benefited from the work that Len is doing and his knowledge that he is building. And Golden State Connect, we talked about Golden State Connect, RCRC with Barbara, and then Marina is with NTIA. So a lot of folks that some of them we have reached out to for help. They've been there for us. Some of them have reached out to us and said, you may not even know that we exist, but we're here to help. And so it is, it takes more than a village at this one. But we appreciate all of the help that everyone has been giving us. Now it's time for questions.
Thank you. That's good, acknowledging all the people that are helping us and companies that are helping us. That's good job.
Thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Garamendi, you have a comment?
Yes, sir. First, I want to just thank Kathy and Stan. You guys have been fabulous partners. And, you know, while I've been chairing Golden State Connect Authority, yourselves and Supervisor Stopper, I've been Mr. Outside, you guys have been Mr. and Miss Inside, managing things, and I really can't thank you enough. Stan, when I came to you with this project, you could have easily been coasting towards retirement, but you really threw your shoulder to the wheel. You saw the mission, and I think that's what's helping motivate you, and you certainly are motivating me. You know, what we're doing for the board as a Golden State Connect Authority is not a lot different than what's happened in other sectors of our economy historically. In the 1930s, most of rural America was had no electricity. And the federal government came forward and said, we will offer loans to electric companies to go out to rural parts of America. Well, the companies couldn't figure out how to make a buck doing that. They have to return to their investors. They have different timelines. And so basically what happened, not so much in California, but in the rest of the United States, is they formed rural co-ops, which was led by local elected boards that took that money, invested it 50, 60 years into the future, and really brought electricity to rural areas. That's not a lot different than what we're doing with Golden State Connect Authority. Connect Authority is larger than 40, our area, 40 counties, is larger than 40 states in the union. It is larger than 26 states in the union. So we have a population that's come together and said, hey, guess what? The big ISPs, you know, the big daddies are listed by Kathy, you know, they can't figure out how to make a buck doing this. And I understand that. I'm a capitalist. They have to have a return to their investors, and their money's not patient. We, as a public agency, can be patient. You know, some of those big guys sat down with me early on in this and said, Jack, you don't even like the internet. You don't do Facebook, you don't tweet. What do you actually know about splicing cable? And they were correct. And the point is, we don't know how to do that. But you know what we do? We know how to build roads. We know how to build airplanes. I don't know how to fly an airplane either, nor do I know how to repair it. And I'm not an engineer and know how to build a road. But we as government do those things pretty well. We don't need to be involved as an ISP we don't need to be running the grocery store that's on the public road. Let the ISPs, let the grocery store people run those businesses. Let the airlines run the airlines. Let the mechanics do their job. We provide the playing field so that businesses and the citizens can succeed. You know, I think we're in a pretty unique spot here in Calaveras because we've got ISPs that are willing to work with us. You guys have got dark fiber laying all over this county. There's partnerships to be here. The only thing that matters in this process is bringing affordable internet to people. It is a utility that has to exist. And so we're actually in pretty good shape. I see Frank back there. Frank, you're going to regret this, but a long time ago, you and I had several conversations about the cost of bringing fiber to Boston, Yale. You're right. You did it. It wasn't probably a great business decision, but that's one of the things that we, as a body, Golden State Connect, or the county, may be able to do. I don't want to run the internet. I want to get those resources there. Same with your guys' cable that runs right up Jesus Marie through down past our library and out Calaveras. That's a resource. We have to sit down as a community and figure out how we're going to accomplish this public good and allow you guys to run successful businesses. That's our commitment. On the writ large issue for how we're going to do this as a state, we're going to build it. We're going to build it because somebody else was not willing to. And we'll find a million ways to do it. Stan and I were talking, and we were a little overwhelmed by the magnitude of what we're trying to do. And really, in my opinion, there's no bad decision. The only bad decision is stopping. You know, we're from Calaveras. The worst thing you can do is take your foot off the gas pedal when you're going through the mud. Then you're never going to get going again. So we're going to hammer down, and we're going to figure this thing out. And we're going to make probably a lot of mistakes, but if we get to where we're going, that's what's going to matter. And these two guys are real champions, and we're lucky to have them. We're lucky to have partners who are willing to be here to work with us as well. So I'm pretty gung-ho on this. I don't know where we're going, but we're going forward. And you guys have worked with me long enough. I'll grind till we get there. So thank you, guys.
Any other board comments? Supervisor Stopper?
Well, not much to fall on the thunder again. The amount of work going into this between Catherine and Stan is immense, and everything, educating themselves moving forward consistently. But it's not just them. It's the amount of information coming from our GIS team and coordinating with our outside partners. And if I don't want to mention any people that are part of that as a whole, it's not my intention to not mention them, but this amount of work going into this and the amount of good, solid work to be successful moving forward is appreciated.
Any other board comments? Okay, I'm going to open it up to public comment after we come back from lunch. I'll open up to public comments right now. Is there any public comments?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alvin Brolio. The gentleman over here behind me is Brock Herdman. We're here with Calaveras Telephone Company, and this is a huge undertaking and a lot of information and happening very fast. Calaveras Telephone, we're out of Copperopolis. We serve that area and Jenny Lynn and outlying areas. Phone, internet, TV service. Things are changing and moving very fast. So we're here to help and help everybody keep moving forward. So please use us, advice, whatever we can do to help. We're here. So I'll leave some business cards. But past that, that's all I got to say.
Awesome. Thank
you very much. Have a good one.
Hello, everyone. I'm Brock Erdman, Network Operations Manager, Calaveras Telephone Company. I live in Copperopolis. I've been building broadband networks for approximately 20 years. I've had the opportunity to participate in a lot of rural broadband funding. I actually grew up on a farm in Nebraska, so I'd rather give people in the country broadband to people in the cities. They can go pay on sand, so sorry. But the whole $6 billion infrastructure bill, the money that the state of California got to build this middle mile access and last mile, from my experience, the last mile is way more expensive than middle mile. We're overbuilding a lot of middle mile infrastructure. My hope is we end up with leftover middle mile money to build more last mile, because that is the most expensive part.
I'll be surprised if there's...
Yeah, I've been participating in a lot of the middle mile talks with Ask Networks, Scenic. Also, the $4,500 in CAS funding grant per household may seem like a lot. It's not in these unserved areas. The reason they're unserved is because they're expensive to get to. Just to give you guys an example, we actually got funding out right now to hopefully secure for Rancho Calaveras in Copper Cove subdivision. And just to give you an idea, those locations that do last mile fiber builds to are upwards of $12,000 per location. Those are not that rural. Those are pretty dense. Those are half-acre to 3-acre parcels, right? We're talking about 20-acre parcels, 100-acre parcels, ranches, things like that. So this is going to take anywhere from 15 to 20 grand to get fiber broadband to some of these locations. So, and then all of this funding is great, but the biggest problem I see is there's no recovery mechanisms to sustain these builds after they're done operationally, right? Usually the money's adequate to build them, but there's no high-cost funds to sustain these after the fact. I've seen this a lot in the electric co-op worlds. I have a lot of friends in the industry. They're building these networks, and they're finding out they can't operationally sustain them. They can't afford it, so they're having to sell these off. So I just want to bring that to light, too, as we're trying to work together and secure funding for rural Calaveras County, is that we have to have some kind of recovery mechanism that they have in place now, like the high-cost fund. So that is all, and I'd be more than happy, and I love technology and building broadband networks, so I'll be more than happy to work with you guys. Thank you.
Any other public comments on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Frank Lashinsky with Volcano Telephone Company. We have a wonderful relationship with Calaveras, at least we believe we do, and we're aggressively producing fiber build-outs in the West Point area. Soon to follow up would be Railroad Flat and Glencoe and those areas. We have submitted our network diagram to Stan and Kathy, and to provide information on the possibility of a joint use middle mile instead of rebuilding or retrenching the whole thing. We already have interface points that border areas that you may wish to expand in. So again, we're looking forward to working with the county in any way that makes sense for us and makes sense for the county. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
Any other public comments? Seeing none in the room, is there any online, Robin?
There are not.
None online, okay, we'll bring it back. Is there any final comments by board members? Any final comments, Stan, Kathy? No?
We appreciate all the support that we've been receiving from everyone, and especially the board.
Well, thank you for a great presentation, and next time we see you on this item and come back, it'll be an action item, hopefully.
It will be.
There'll be maps with designs.
Okay.
Red dots.
Red dots.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to break for lunch, and I see the time is about 10 minutes after 12 right now, so we'll be back at 1:15. 1:15. Good? Oh. You're good, Susan?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right, we're back in session from lunch, and we will move on to item number 26. This again is an informational item from planning. Receive a presentation of the 2022 housing element annual report to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Gabriel, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Chief Executive Officer, and County Council. If this seems like deja vu, it's because you've seen this before. About this time every year, we are obligated to provide the county with our annual report on housing. We adopted a housing element in 2019 that has an 8-year lifespan, so by the year 2027, we'll be going into a new housing element phase. The report that I'm going to provide to you is also provided to the Department of Housing and Community Development. I'm not going to any substantial detail on what you already have in your staff report, but I do have a brief presentation, which is in a form of a PowerPoint. And please, at any point, you can interrupt me, ask questions or whatever, and I'll do my best to answer them for you. So some of the rudimentary things: what is the housing element? What is the housing element annual report? Why is the housing element annual report important? And does the housing element annual report inform us? And the answers are: the housing element is a mandated element of a general plan. It's a state-mandated planning document for housing. It assesses housing needs based on data, and it also determines objectives to meet housing needs. It is to be implemented between 2019 and 2027 and requires state certification from the Department of Housing and Community Development. The housing element annual report is a progress report on a housing element's objectives. It provides quantitative and qualitative data. It demonstrates success and challenges to progress. It's required by law, and it is submitted to the HCD and the Governor's Office. The Housing Element Annual Report is important because it is a tool for it's a tool to discover trends. And when I mean trends, I mean whether or not we are actually building additional housing, we're losing homes, or whether or not we're actually gaining homes in a particular category of income. It also informs how we prioritize our objectives. It provides compliance to promote good standing for state funding, which is quite important. And then it provides for public awareness and input. The report informs us in the following ways. First of all, it gives us information on housing production data, which you would see in the next coming slides. Also, housing inventory data and housing program update. This particular slide, I hope, well, actually shows very well on the screen. The orange-looking line is representative of the years 2019 to 2021. Housing at all income levels, it shows that within that time period, we provided 328 housing units. For 2022, we provided 307 housing units, which means we're actually doing better than we've done in prior years. For above moderate housing units, which is based on county's average income, we have 268 housing units within 2019 and 2021, and 206 for 2022. For moderate income housing units, we have 10 for 2019 to 2021 and 57 for 2022. Low-income housing units from 2019 to 2021, we have 50. For 2022, we have 38. And very low income, which is rather surprising, we have 0 for 2019, 2021, and 6 for 2022. So what this tells us is that we are building homes, but we're building homes at the higher income levels. We're not meeting the housing needs of moderate, low, and very low income families. This next slide actually shows what is called our RHNA table, which is the Regional Housing Needs Assessment table. And it shows that of the 1,096 housing units that we're required to provide within the time period of 2019 through 2027, we are, to date, we have provided 362. So we are 734 housing units shy of our goal, which is not necessarily a bad thing. All it means is that we have a target to work for, and if we don't meet this challenge, we get to roll these numbers into our next housing cycle. The next slide basically shows the housing inventory data. 61 housing units for 2022, 23 for the year 2020. These are units that have been issued certificates of occupancy. 51 for 2021 and 54 for 2019. So we're actually trending better than we have done in prior years. So for 2022 updates, we can talk about new residential construction, affordable housing, special needs housing, which is a requirement of our housing element, equal opportunity housing, and existing housing units. So we built a total of 140 housing units so far between 2021 and 2022. We also are able to maintain an inventory of vacant and underutilized land. And this is really important because these are potential parcels for which, if we need to do some aggressive housing construction, these are the parcels that we would be utilizing for that purpose. And then, and most importantly, we are initiating a comprehensive zoning ordinance update, which is going to help with clearing up some of the glitches we currently have in our zoning ordinance. For specific affordable housing units, we built 22 in 2022, manufactured housing. We funded the creation of an ADU, a homeowner's manual, which, you know, the board probably received a presentation about this maybe about a year or so ago. It's in the works. And then we increased the number of housing vouchers that are available. We use Stanislaus Housing Authority for housing vouchers. As far as special needs housing, we had a home accessibility modifications program that we funded through the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, PLHA, and we also have the Housing and Disability Advocacy Program funded through the California Department of Social Services. For equal opportunity housing, in 2022, all Calaveras County housing programs follow the fair housing practices, which means we are federally mandated to make sure that our housing programs meet federal mandates as far as fairness in housing. And we also had housing program outreach, which we could find where gives members of the public where to find legal and fair housing information. Existing housing, a down payment assistance program was funded through the Permanent Local Housing Allocation, PLHA, and we also increased funding for emergency. One thing we don't have are homeless shelters in a county, and during this last emergency, I think it became apparent where we are deficient. It is a requirement of our housing element, and it is something that we need to work towards. That concludes my brief presentation. And if you have any questions on any of the slides or information that I have provided, I would be happy to answer them for you.
Board questions, comments? Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. Gabriel, thank you very much. Just two really quick questions. We have a goal. What are the consequences for not achieving that goal?
Well, there are positives and negatives. Let me talk about the positives. If we meet our housing goals, we get some funding from the state and the federal government. The negatives are being able to sell that to our constituents, especially when we talk about workforce housing and housing at the lower income level. That's where some of these challenges have been, from my experience, is being able to get our constituents to buy into the need to have a variety of housing units for our members of this community.
So there's financial incentives for us to achieve that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Are we getting all the SB2 funds that are available to us? I was asked that by a different supervisor in another place, and I said, I don't know the answer. So.
I know, yeah. Well, unfortunately, the last SB2 fund, we had the paperwork ready to go, but we missed the deadline. So we missed out on the SB2, but we do have other funds that we have applied for. That is going to be coming in the pipeline pretty soon.
So we missed the deadline. We won't miss another one.
Yeah, we missed SB2 at that time. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Stauber.
Yeah, Mr. Garamendi brought up the question, and it's the one that's more pertinent, because we have this number that's set by the state for a goal.
Yes.
overall, during these times, development in Calaveras County, I mean, we're running far short of all the numbers, but we look at the very low to low income level for types of housing that we have the most disparity. And as we move forward, a lot of the question is, we as a county are not in the development business. That, you know, I think rightfully so. So it's getting developers to move forward with these types of housing that becomes the struggle. And how do we entice them to? And I mean, we've discussed ADUs, accessory dwelling units, and everything else. Are there more thoughts as we move forward through these next few years about possible incentives for developers as they're developing areas to set aside a certain amount for, you know, let's say workforce housing, so that, you know, it's maybe in the low category, but not very low, or vice versa, even a very low section set aside. And, you know, ideas like possible, you know, incentives by the government, such as permitting or, you know, other things that will entice developers to develop those type of things.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the tried and tested methods is density bonus, whereby if a developer comes in through density bonus, they can actually build more units than they're allocated if we give them a 20% bonus over the number of housing units they could build. I don't think we have a challenge with the incentives that are out there. I think our challenge now becomes when somebody actually walks through the door and they're actually ready to do business, are we really ready? And that seems to be the challenge. We have to overcome infrastructure issues. We have to overcome water and sewer and all these other things, high permit fees. We currently applied for the REAP 2.0 program, which is about $2.2 million. If we get it, that would allow us to aid developers when they do projects that meet certain criteria with permit fees and infrastructure fees and things of that nature. But also on our part, you know, I think we need to have a vision whereby we actually want to build these types of homes in our county because they are necessary, they are needed. And if we do not take that first step and make an effort to do that, I think we're going to be here again next year talking about what we didn't accomplish. All things considered, but it has to be a challenge for us, and it has to be a challenge for members of the members of the Board of Supervisors as well. But there are many things out there that could be utilized to encourage development of housing in our county.
And that's the critical part of my question that you just gave an answer to. You know, it's you know, there's the actions there that are possible. It takes the board to put forward those policies and everything, right, and take those critical steps. Right. So will we have an opportunity to possibly see you in the future and start making recommendations towards those steps?
I surely hope so, because we have some potentials right now. We have some potentials for development in Valley Springs. Correct. You know, hopefully we would have the same opportunity here in San Andreas. It would be really nice to have you know, development that would provide housing for not only people who work at the courthouse, but also people who work on campus here. It would be a good idea.
Or any other business, for that matter.
For that matter,
because
yes.
Everyone's sometimes struggling to infill.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Yeah, I'll just say this. We're a little bit different than a lot of other counties. A lot of other counties have incorporated cities that have their own infrastructure and their water and sewer, and they have control of it. They can do what they want to do when they want to make housing and development move forward. We're a little handcuffed a little bit because of the fact that we don't have control as a county. We can do whatever we want. We can lax building permit costs.
Right.
We can change zones for free to fit whatever. But if the infrastructure is not there, or the cost of the infrastructure that's
It's too
needed
high,
to
yeah.
increase for the other developments that we, or the other smaller service area, the PUDs or whatever that we have, if
Yeah.
they can't handle it, it doesn't matter what we do, because
Absolutely.
they're going to have to charge in order to expand
Right.
for water and sewer or what have you.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit where we don't have control. Yes, we do have control of coming here and saying, okay, we're going to relax planning charges and building permit charges and not require this and rezone this for you. But again, we can do all of that and still not be able to get it going because of we don't have control of certain areas of it. So.
Absolutely. One of the things we're actually doing right now is through the Housing Resource Program is to actually listen and dialogue with developers and people in the construction industry to figure out exactly what their challenges are. One of the things that they mention is the cost of construction. It's very, very expensive. And when we are asking for affordable housing and the cost of construction is so high, it takes away that incentive to build affordable housing, because if I build a home, if it costs me $150,000 to build a home, I'm not going to sell it for $75,000 unless, you know, I get some kind of benefit out of it. So, but the important thing is we are in that process whereby we're entertaining dialogue, and hopefully at some point the two sides will meet, will come together. We have conversations with the CCWD and some of these other organizations that provide facilities in support of housing development in the county. So if it becomes a task for everybody, not just planning or the board or CCWD or whoever else, if it becomes a challenge for the county as a whole, I think we're going to start seeing some breakthroughs.
Any other? Okay, I'll open up the public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? It's informational. Ms. Galino.
Chairs, Board, Supervisors, Kathy Galino, Economic and Community Development. Gabriel, one of the things that we might want to share is the partnership that we have. So we do have a housing partnership where we meet monthly, or is it monthly or quarterly?
Monthly.
Monthly. And we've got our building official as part of that. We meet with CCWD, we meet with the various utility districts, we meet with the builders, we meet with SHRA, our Stanislaus Housing, Regional Housing Authority. And we're rebuilding that relationship with them because there is opportunity for housing here in San Andreas, and we're re-engaging our housing authority. So, and in answering some of the questions that Supervisor Stopper had regarding offsets for infrastructure, there is funding streams out there that we've been looking at and identifying so that we can have incentives for development, and primarily for water and wastewater. So.
Yeah, and I think it would have to be for expansion of the facilities, because the hookups are just not there. And there's been many times that there was a housing development right over here above Toyanza that fell apart because it couldn't be served. It's been a while ago, but there's a number of things go. It's just the capacity, and I think that's where we need to partner with them to look for funding for that. So then it is there, and then the cost to development's not paying for that expansion. I think because if you're going to, you want to build housing at low income or mid-income levels, and then you have to pay for the expansion of the utilities district, for them to accommodate what you're building, you have to add those costs on to what you're selling the homes for,
Right.
and it starts going up here, you know, and that's part of the issues that we're facing.
Absolutely.
But yes, partner, yes, absolutely, and look for funding to do that, so we're prepared, ready to go. Supervisor Newman.
Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up. I was glad to hear you mention Stanislaus County Housing Authority. We have discussed it many times. It'd be great if they took some of the assets that they owned in this county and executed on them. They're sitting on lots that are plumbed, they're set, they're curbed, they just need to build. And so they need to work with us, or we need a new partner.
The last I heard was that they're actually working to do that, so we hold them to their word.
Yes. Okay, any other public comments? Hearing none, bring it back to the board again for any final. If not, thank you, Gabriel, for your presentation. It was informational only.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we'll give you a few minutes to get your stuff together and get out. Before we move on to the next item. I see Jennifer. I didn't see you back there. Do you need to come up here?
Yes, we do. If we're going to have to take a minute to set up for a second, is that
Okay, we'll take a few minute break for you to come in and set up.
That'd be great. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to take about a 5-minute break. All right, we are back. We're moving on to action item number 27. This is integrated waste management. Receive a presentation from Gershman, Brickner, and Bratton Incorporated on the fee study and comprehensive review of the county's solid waste system. And 2, provide direction to integrated waste management to proceed with a Proposition 218 notice of public hearing for a partial fee increase. And Jennifer, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and respective members of the board. On October 18th, your board authorized Integrated Waste Management to enter into contract with GBB, which is Chris Lund, for the comprehensive review and of our county solid waste system and fee study. The purpose of the comprehensive review was to develop a document which clearly identifies the strengths, deficiencies, and opportunities with integrated waste management and the county's solid waste management, county's solid waste system. The review provided an assessment of operations, organization, and the financial health of our division. This is an industry standard assessment that provides a deep analysis and provides very valuable information. It ensures our system is meeting the demands of the county and serving the residents effectively, efficiently, with an added economic benefit. With that, I'd like to introduce and turn the presentation over to Chris Lund with GBB and Terry Boveri with Fractalis, who performed the review of our system and the financial analysis and fee study.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good afternoon. Just let me know. Sure. Good afternoon, Chairman Tuffanelli and members of the supervisors of the Calaveras County. Again, my name is Chris Lund, and with my associate Terry Boveri, we are here to provide the presentation on the comprehensive review and fee study of the integrated solid waste management system. Next slide. Oh, you're there already. Okay, just a quick introductory slides. You see us, you know who we are. Next slide. That's Terry's slide as well. So
fast. Just right by you, Terry. Just boom.
On today's agenda, I'll provide you a brief introduction of the project work for which we were contracted for. So what follows is sets of slides that present an overview of the organizational structure, the operational review, and an intro into the capital structure assessment, which includes a cost of study service that Terry will present following my presentation. Next slide. Introduction. The objectives of this study is to evaluate and assess the facilities, quality of service, cost, efficiency, and overall effectiveness of the current solid waste management system in Calaveras County, and to provide recommendations and implementation strategies for system improvements moving forward. Some baseline information, the 35,584 tons of waste anticipated to be landfilled in Calaveras County in 2023 is based on historical data. Based on historical population trends and assumptions, the tonnage forecast for this study was held constant. While population has declined, the projection assumes that population will stabilize, and of course, if population continues to decline, county will potentially would be landfilling less waste, and the life of landfill would be extended. Of course, there's the opposite effect if the population increases. Next slide. GBB, of course, partnered with Ralph Tellis, working collaboratively with the Integrated Waste Management Director and other staff through in-person site visits, several meetings in which information was collected for analysis. The process included a review of the system's waste tonnages, planning area information, regulatory and legal information, and existing financial and collection systems information. Once these details were obtained, the team completed an in-depth financial analysis as well as a technical review of current facilities, equipment, operations, and organizational structure. In December 2022, GBB personnel visited the county landfill as well as the transfer stations and observed site conditions and operations. Interviews of several integrated waste management site operation employees were conducted. The purpose of these interviews was to obtain information related to the procedures followed to operate the sites. GBB interviewed Jennifer Cashy, the director, Paul Ferriani, Mark Davis, the engineer, Richard DeJorna, I believe it's stated, operations supervisor assigned to the landfill, Dan Johnson, equipment operator, Don Brand, operations supervisor, Ray Satkamp, operations foreman, along with DPW maintenance supervisors. Next slide. Let's see, hang on a second here. Integrated waste management, so this is sort of the first slide of the organizational review. Integrated waste management is headed by the director who oversees what we would call the three departmental leads, the integrated waste manager, which is Paul Ferriani, department analyst, and the engineer. Currently, 2 operations supervisors report directly to the integrated waste management and supervise the 2 main areas of operations staffed by county personnel. The municipal recycling, or MRF, municipal recycling facility, the MRF, and the landfill at Rock Creek. Additionally, a department administrative assistant reports to the department analyst. The engineer supports operations of both facilities, and the department financial analyst supports the director of IWM in management, accounting, and budget development. The MRF supervisor oversees 10 waste workers. The landfill supervisor oversees 3 foremen, 3 equipment operators, and a waste worker 2, level 2. Integrated waste management currently has 2 experience levels for the waste workers. There are 4 waste workers, and the remaining 6 are waste worker 1 level. Both supervisors are responsible for scheduling staff assigned to the 2 facilities for open hours, for work after the facility is opened, or actually after the facility is closed, as well as providing sufficient time for staff time off. The integrated waste manager also oversees collection contracts. These contracts assist the collection aspects of the system in 2 ways. Next slide. A large component, so this is primarily on collections, a large component of the integrated waste management's operations includes the transfer stations which are further described in the operational assessment section of this report. 6 transfer stations are currently operated and maintained under a contract with Gamby Disposal. Typically, 1 Gamby employee per transfer station is assigned to staff the facility during open hours. There are also 2 annexes co-located with the transfer stations, Wilsleyville and Red Hill, which provide yard waste material management. These annexes are operated and maintained by employees of Integrated Waste Management separate from Gamby's operations. At these locations, the facility collects and temporarily stores wood waste, electronics, latex paints, used oil, antifreeze, and white goods and appliances. While Gamby does not typically provide the grinding services, they do occasionally help transport chips from the annexes to Rock Creek. Calaveras County maintains a franchise agreement with a hauling company, California Waste Recovery Systems, Cal Waste, for residential and commercial collection services. Cal Waste utilizes a certain number of trucks and employees to perform services and meet its agreement requirements with the county. Next slide. So the organizational review overall in terms of staffing, overall the organizational structure is meeting the solid waste management needs of the county. Listed here are initiatives that may help maintain and enhance smooth and efficient running of the organization. While these are recommendations, none of these suggested initiatives are included in the cost of service development. Okay. So just running down the list there, we've got job descriptions and responsibilities need to be reviewed and updated to accurately reflect current assigned duties and responsibilities. There's a need to reassess staff capacity at the landfill and MRF to allow consistent, regular time off to allow flexibility with staffing requirements. We looked at it, and there would be an advantage to adding a maintenance staff to be dedicated at the Rock Creek facility to serve dual responsibilities both at the landfill and the transfer station. This would be in lieu of currently using DPW maintenance personnel that perform this on a full-time basis. Also some adjustment in organizational responsibilities and reassigning operational management tasks to enhance efficiency in operations and make the best use of staffing talent is suggested. This should address the need for sort of a project manager position to execute ongoing and new CIP projects that the Integrated Waste Management has planned in the future. Supervisory training also is a very important aspect for operations, maintenance, and finance of supervisors below the director. Is needed to enhance capabilities of the staff to make an investment in personnel, and that's just a general guideline. You always want to invest in your staff and have them to be able to perform to their fullest. Next slide. Turning to the organizational review. Currently, Integrated Waste Management is able to staff without relying on overtime. Staff scheduling is typically flexible, and staff are generally willing to provide coverage as needed. However, and this can happen in any organization, relying on staff flexibility and the willingness to cover as needed is difficult to sustain in the long run. Furthermore, the ability for staff to take time off is limited due to vacant positions from time to time and the need to have additional staff to cover for sick leave and vacation and regular time off. While it appeared from interviews that staff had been flexible in adjusting to staffing needs, when asked over time, this can become burdensome in any organization and a potential cause for burnout or fatigue when staff is asked to work more than 40 hours on jobs on an ongoing week after week basis, so on a regular basis. On suggested needs, there also seems to be a need for operational superintendent for landfill operations. The current integrated waste manager manages transfer stations with annexes and oversees all operations. The landfill superintendent with engineering experience would benefit the landfill operations and allow the integrated waste manager to supervise more effectively the MRF and transfer station locations and actively manage collections contract. There also seems to be a need for a full-time operations superintendent for transfer station operations. The current integrated waste manager is stretched considerably with all 6 transfer stations as well as the MRF and the landfill. So again, these are changes that could be done with a change in job tasking. Additionally, with regard to the maintenance support, it could be advantageous for integrated waste management to bring on a full-time maintenance staff in the long term dedicated to the specialty equipment that integrated waste management has in its operation at the landfill and the MRF. We documented that we estimated approximately 30% of the annual man hours used by the 6 DPW maintenance staff, totaling about 3,800 hours, is used for integrated waste management equipment, or about 1.8 FTEs. With newer equipment, this man hour, with newer equipment and i.e. lower maintenance on the equipment, this man hour draw could go down. This person could be located full-time at the landfill, working from the office maintenance shop, and serve a dual role both for the landfill and the transfer station MRF. Next slide. So some key questions that were in the RFP that we were asked to provide responses for in the study that we performed. These are questions pertaining to organizational review, and the first question is sort of the primary one, and I'll read that. Is current staffing appropriate for demands of the department? The right and short answer is yes, with a slight caveat of, for now, we think providing some flexibility and redundancy can improve accomplishment of core responsibilities for the system. The other two are follow-up questions and can lead to the next area of evaluation, which is the operational review on the next slides. Thank you. Operational review. Integrated Waste Management is an enterprise fund, acts as an enterprise fund. It's funded primarily through parcel fee-based residential equivalent units. It had parcel fee costs as low as $28 in the early 80s, topping out, I think, in 1989 at a parcel fee of $140. So it raised in 10 years from $28 to $140 in that period. In 1991 was the last time I believe it was changed, and that was set at $150 a household. Service areas are the unincorporated areas of the county, the city of Angels, and the western portion of Alpine County through a JPA. The franchise program is currently contracted with Cal Waste, and we'll talk about that on the next slide. Thank you. Okay. So the collections program, the franchise agreement with Cal Waste, they have the exclusive right to provide all indicated services within the county. Those are the services on the right, in exchange for paying the county a franchise fee. This contract expires June 30th, 2026. County can extend up to 6 months, and Cal Waste can request 2 5-year extensions. Services that are provided for residential, curbside MSW and recyclables collection, biweekly for recyclables and weekly for MSW. For commercial, they have commercial, multifamily, and businesses, hotels and resorts, etc. Weekly for curbside MSW and recyclables collection. They also provide info on diversion of debris for C&D recycling, and they are required to help organize service and recycling programs at the schools. Next slide.
Chris, can I stop you for just a second?
Yes, sir.
Just for the people that are listening or going to be watching and maybe out there, can you tell us what MSW is? I mean, we're using a lot of
Yes, sir.
acronyms, thank you, Ben, acronyms here, and maybe we need to explain exactly what they are.
Sure. Chairman Tuffanelli, MSW is municipal solid waste. It's the acronym for municipal solid waste. So it's commercial produces municipal solid waste, so does residential. We call that, it is called MSW in short, but that's what it is.
Okay?
Okay?
Just so everybody knows what we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you. We are on the next slide. Okay, so transfer stations are one of the most important part of your system. They are the public face of the integrated waste management. This slide is a look at the permit aspects of your current transfer stations. They are all permitted to receive tonnage and daily vehicle counts well in excess of their current daily receipts. So there appears to have been a well-intentioned plans for future growth for the system. All transfer stations are currently in compliance with local enforcement agency compliance to our knowledge. The trucks, I want to point something out here, the trucks per day and the trucks per month that's listed in the table at the top of the column is actually vehicles or customers per day. That's an oversight by myself. But that's how many vehicles, how many customers can come into the facilities on a daily basis. Okay, that's what that limit is. So not to be confused with hauling trucks that pull loads, transfer trailers, and containers from the transfer stations once they're full. Okay. All righty. Next slide. So let's get on to the operational review. You've got 6 transfer stations. We visited all of them. The majority of them, the five of them are circa 1974 when they were constructed and laid out. Well laid out, I may say, overall. They are all very consistent in their pattern, which is good for the community because you've got some consistency there. Avery is your newer transfer station, built, I believe, in 1996, if I'm not mistaken. It's in good condition, operating properly. Copperopolis, fair condition, 1974 vintage, operating properly, needs basic infrastructure maintenance. There's wear and tear after 40 plus years or 40 years approximately on these facilities, and so some infrastructure improvement and renewal is needed. Asphalt and curbing, stormwater management, those sorts of things. Signage as well. Some of the details are in our report. Paloma is in fair condition, operating properly, needs basic infrastructure maintenance, very similar to Copperopolis. No significant differences there. Again, they're all about the same age. They're all going to have about the certain amount of wear and tear for each of the transfer stations. Next slide. Red Hill, fair condition, operating properly, of course, needs basic infrastructure maintenance. The note about the potential fire hazard that's associated with the annex, both Red Hill and Wilsleyville have the annex area where they collect green waste and it gets chipped on a regular routine basis. So that potential for fire hazard is associated with just maintaining a fire break around that stockpile. They regularly get it chipped and moved out on a regular basis so it doesn't accumulate to a significant degree, and as long as you've got that fire break, you're in good shape. But obviously, being from California, you know about fire hazards and take appropriate care for that. San Andreas, in fair condition, operating properly, needs basic infrastructure, the wear and tear on the paving, the stormwater management, collecting, leachate from coming out of the containers, stationary containers. Those are just basic things that need to be worked on. Signage needs to be renewed. It's there. It needs to be renewed. Wilsleyville as well, fair condition, operating properly. All the facilities were clean, well kept, well managed. We felt under the existing contract. Next slide. Okay. The landfill and the transfer station MRF at the Rock Creek facility. The landfill, really a nice facility when you come in. It has appropriate queuing space for backup before the scale. Clean and well maintained. We went up onto the working face. We were there at the time of start of operations in the morning. Small working face, tight, controlled. Litter fences in place. It looked, and litter was picked up. It looked well maintained. Roads were clean, and they all looked well maintained. There wasn't anything that we felt that was not maintained with respect to the landfill. The equipment, most of the equipment has been there for quite a while, especially the important equipment, your compactors. You've got two there that are well beyond their service life. Typically, service life is about 7 years. And you guys have got some, I think you've got a 10 and a 13-year-old piece of equipment, thousands of hours on it, higher maintenance costs when you hang on to equipment like that, and not efficient for you overall, and adds service life. I think you guys have been hanging on to them and getting the most that you possibly can out of them, but I think they're done. That creates some inadequate compaction issues when you've got some older equipment. The wheels, the sheep's foot, the heavy rollers on the compactor, they compact that waste, and that's something that you rely on for increasing compaction and maximizing your airspace, the space that you have to put waste into the landfill. And when you can't compact that waste efficiently, you use up more airspace than you want to do. And when you use up more airspace, or quicker than when you want to do it, then you've got a shorter lifespan on that landfill, on that space. So it behooves you to have the proper efficient equipment to maximize your compaction. And I certainly think that there can be some improvements there with compaction, and improve the operation as a whole just with that. You could make some substantial improvements, maybe 10 to 15% improvements, maybe 20% improvements on compaction, and really extend the life on that landfill. I mentioned employees needed. I think there's just there's enough employees. We mentioned that already. There's some vacancies at times that need to be covered. Transfer station, MRF, a clean facility, safe. There were some repairs needed on the building exterior cladding. Framework lets a lot of wind in, a lot of air, a lot of wind, a lot of dust, But I believe that recently, we were there in December, but they've already done some repairs to that exterior cladding of the building. The concrete push wall has aged and needs some repair. There's also the concrete, I call them container aprons. These are the concrete aprons where the containers are pushed and removed from the facility. They wear and tear over time. The metal on that concrete, it needs a constant renewal. And so some renewal of that infrastructure is needed. Overall, just really good facilities, a lot of working space around each of the facility, very valuable assets for the community to have to continue to serve the community. Next slide. Some more on the operational overview of vehicle equipment maintenance and program. I mentioned this, the Department of Public Works is responsible for your maintenance. You guys have a shared use of the maintenance folks. 30% of that maintenance budget is for integrated waste management. The facilities that DPW uses there are in good condition. There's a positive working relationship between DPW and integrated waste. They use CAM software, so they track parts and inventory well, so that you know where your money is being spent and you have a good accounting of it. And again, the mention of suggested recommendation of augment a staff by one. Next slide. Key questions and responses. The RFP contained these questions that have to do with the operational review and study performed. These questions are pertaining to, again, the operational review. And I just picked a couple to read. How does the integrated waste management system compare to similar intergovernment systems? We believe the integrated waste management has a well-established footprint across the county, well conceived in the 70s to locate them where they are. The enterprise fund framework is comprehensive and full service compared to similar intergovernmental solid waste management systems. And I think that's it on that. And finally, let's take a quick look at the capital structure of the system. Next slide. The capital structure assessment is a look at the cost of service through the full cost accounting approach and development of a financial modeling to establish details on the current projected revenues and expenses to arrive at the revenue requirements. On the left, there are the revenues of 3 streams that you've got there. Other sources of revenue are also listed. And of course, you've got the expenses, operating expenses, debt service requirements, and other transfer closure requirements, and other contingencies and capital that is needed to operate the system. Next slide. And again, there were several direct questions with regard to the finances. I've picked a couple here to read. What is the best approach to funding and implementing a capital equipment replacement? Generate cash reserves from an improved revenue structure. But bottom line, that's the best way to do it. You could also explore capital lease arrangements for heavy equipment and vehicles. Can integrated waste continue to with its current fee structure and maintain current services? We think that's doubtful unless there's a willingness to continue to provide funding from the general fund. And with that, next slide. So finally, I'm at a summary fact sheet here, fact sheet on the integrated waste system and our perspective and what we learned. Integrated waste management has a very robust and comprehensive solid waste system. The county owns this critical infrastructure. They're not dependent upon private businesses. The county controls this cost and has options besides costly hauling or disposal out of the county. Integrated Waste has continued to provide these disposal services as a cost-neutral operations. Again, 75% of the residents self-haul solid waste and use the county's facilities included in the annual parcel fee. And there's some more detail there about the number of residents that visit Rock Creek monthly, number of residences that visit the county-owned transfer stations monthly at no additional charge, and the current state of the parcel fees requirement. Again, we mentioned here. Integrated Waste Management operates like an enterprise fund and continue to do so requires the fund to be self-supporting, a government fund that provides services to the public for a fee, and in Integrated Waste Management's case, at a cost-neutral proposition. There's a high importance on our current customers to provide value with the goal to serve future needs. Now, with this, I'll turn the presentation over to Terry Baveri to present the cost of service study and associated recommendations.
Thank you, Chris. For the record, my name is Terry Bovary with Ref Talis, and I'll be here today to walk you through the cost of service aspect of the engagement. What is cost of service? We'll touch on that. We'll discuss the key assumptions and financial projections. We'll discuss the concept of revenue sufficiency as a first step, and then finally we'll close out with discussion about cost of service and fee determination, how we do that. So really quickly, overview for members of the public. what is cost service? Well, the first step is to try to determine revenue sufficiency. So we're trying to balance our revenues with our cost of service for each year within a financial projection. And currently, we are looking from fiscal year 23 through fiscal year 29, for which we had the capital improvement plan identified. The key revenues, the vast majority of revenues for the system come from parcel fees, currently around 80% of total revenues today. And then the balance of the revenues of the existing system comes from tip fees and other income like franchise fees from the hauler, as well as recycling revenues and investment income. The expenditures of the system are sometimes I might use the term gross revenue requirements or the funding requirements of the system. The primary one is our operating costs, and we'll talk about that in more detail later, as well as our airspace-related costs for closure and cell replacement, as well as funding our capital and other funding requirements of the system to round it out. Once we identify the revenue sufficiency and we balance, the overall rate revenues with our expenditures, we may need to allocate costs. We've done some cost allocation as part of this engagement, which we'll talk about later as it relates to landfill-specific operations and what the cost per ton is for that and what our assumptions were in determining that, as well as calculating the parcel fees for which we have recommendations for you today on, which takes the allocated cost divided by the billing units. And we'll discuss on how we determine what those billing units are. And that ends up producing the recommended parcel fee and some options that we'll be discussing later on. So this just gives you sorry about that. This just gives you a quick overview of our approach. I already mentioned we developed a 7-year financial forecast. But it is a data-driven process, and that includes, 5 years of statistical data, both financial and tonnage and customer-wise. And we seek to examine all the cost of service to give you a full accounting of that, and we'll touch on each of the elements of the cost of service. So starting off with the statistical data, that really drives a lot of the cost of service. Without, the underlying population, the waste generation, and the system needs, we wouldn't really have a need for any costs. And as Chris already stepped everyone through the various facilities and operations of the system, it's based upon a population of roughly 45,000 people. Over the last 10 years or so, we really haven't seen a whole lot of change in that based on what's reported in the census figures. California Department of Finance has some projections on statistics, and generally they forecasted flat, a little bit lower than what we're currently at. On that basis, we didn't assume any change in waste generation due to population figures. The table on the right presents a summary of total waste generation within the system. I just want to mention that these come from Board of Equalization diversion reports, or BOE reports, that were provided to us, and they represent the waste generation into the system itself. There is a subset of waste generation not presented here in this table that is handled by the contract hauler, and that is taken out of county. So that's not accounted for in the forecast, and we held that constant based on the current operations. You can also see here that, we generate about 35,000 tons or so of material, of which roughly 11,000 tons per year passes through the transfer stations. So the other key statistical data are the customer statistics that link more to our revenues as opposed to the tonnages linking to our cost and the use of the transfer stations. The data on the top right, that chart up there, I just want to mention the acronyms. SFR stands for single family residential, MFR is multifamily residential. You'll notice that data was provided to us by the franchise hauler, and the tonnage statistics associated with it. We really only use the data from the hauler in order to determine waste generation relationships, and that's important when we get into the cost of service because the parcel fee is allocated based on assumed waste generation. The typical single-family residential unit generates about 1,800 pounds per unit per year. And so that's what we define as 1 ERU for the purposes of the evaluation. We assume that MFR or multifamily generate about the same per equivalent unit. And based on that assumption, we backed into the commercial waste generation because the hauler reports commercial tons, as we understand it, to include both multifamily as well. So when we back into the commercial tons and we divide that by the total parcels in the system, we get an average waste generation per parcel, which is around 900 pounds per year. If we divide that by the 1,800 pounds per year, that gives us an equivalent residential unit ratio of 5.5 times roughly, as you can see there. The table on the bottom right presents the total number of parcels from the assessor data we were provided, along with an estimate of the ERUs associated with those parcels, both existing and proposed. So under the current rate structure, you'll notice that the commercial parcels represent about 3,000 or so ERUs, and it implies that they have a waste generation on average about 2.5 times a residential unit. And based on the current data that we had for this engagement, we're evaluating and proposing at the 5.5 based on the waste generation statistics. So that's a pretty significant increase in billing units on the commercial side based on that waste generation. And what that means basically when we get to the cost of service is that when we're allocating up the cost per equivalent unit, the commercial class gets a larger allocation than than what the residential class would have been getting under the existing structure, since it's a zero-sum game when we're allocating costs like this. So I know this is a small font, and maybe members of the public might not be able to read this, but the image on the right is actually an excerpt from the adopted parcel fee resolution and breaks down the waste generation relationships or equivalency factors among different types of categories of properties. So we have, for example, an apartment unit is a 1.0 or 1 equivalent residential unit. And then you can see mobile home parks per space also 1. When we get to a church, it's about half a unit per church. Fire stations are 1, and so on and so forth. These were developed over 30 years ago, and the data that supports this information, these assumptions, wasn't available for the engagement. So we were provided recently some more information about waste containers and frequency of collection by the commercial classes, but we haven't had enough time to really properly analyze it. And therefore, where we're at today is to recommend recovering costs just on a multiplier factor for all commercial parcels. So we can't really validate the existing structure that exists, and we would recommend, based on cost of service, supplanting that with a simpler approach. And coming back maybe in a year, that's going to be one of our recommendations with a more detailed analysis of waste generation by parcel categories. So I'll talk more on that in a few more slides. So before jumping back into the discussion on the cost of service, first want to discuss the key assumptions that relate to the costs themselves. So the operating expenses is, as I mentioned before, one of the key elements of that cost. In total, for fiscal year 24, we estimate about $7.4 million. That's inclusive of direct costs of operations. The number one cost is contract services. That's related to primarily the transfer station operations for the system, along with personnel, maintenance, general operating, and so on. We also have some indirect services and other costs that total up. The chart on the bottom shows a projection of those costs through the forecast period, and I know that's also small, and however, if you're able to perceive, there's a little bit of a drop from 23 to 24, and that's because in 23 we have a budgeted contingency, which is basically encumbrances from prior budgets that carried over, and we're not anticipating those costs to recur throughout the forecast period. So the remaining funding requirements, I've got a little bit of an overview for everyone, and then we're going to step into each one of these in the ensuing slides. But basically, we have the capital fund deposits. That's to fund the capital improvement plan, which we'll discuss. There's also the county capital repayment in order to fund the cell expansion, the fund borrowed money from the county capital repayment, or that's the assumption, and we've assumed a 5-year payback for our baseline assumption, along with some reasonable interest costs associated with that payback. The next item is our landfill airspace replacement deposits. This is, we'll discuss in more detail, but similar to landfill closure, it's airspace-related costs associated with using airspace at the landfill. So both to replace that capacity and also to cover the closure costs. We've identified deposits for those future expenditures, as well as working capital deposits. And as I mentioned before, the majority of the revenue of the system comes through parcel fees, which is on the tax bill. And the fiscal year runs July 1st through June 30th. And the revenues come in primarily December, January, February timeframe. So at the end of the fiscal year, come June 30th, there are several months throughout the year where you're not going to have revenue really coming in, and so you'll need to have adequate working reserves at the end of the fiscal year to cover those operations. So we need to maintain some minimum working capital reserves as part of the cost of service, and so we've assumed some deposits to do that in the forecast. So trying to go into a little bit more detail about those costs, the capital fund deposits, you'll see the table to the right. The new cell expansion was a little under $11 million, and that was funded from the county capital loan as well as existing cash on hand. At the bottom of that table, you'll see that the CC stands for county capital repayment. So that's $4 million. That translates to a roughly $875,000 payment per year over 5 years with a 3% interest rate. That's a rough number. Then if you go back up in the table, you'll see that our capital expenditures outside of the cell expansion total roughly $7 million, and that includes equipment and facilities broken up respectively. And in order to fund that, we've assumed deposits of a little over $1.1 million per year over the forecast period to cover those capital needs. So I mentioned earlier the airspace-related deposit. So the first deposit we've assumed is a buildup for replacing airspace as it's used. The way we determine that is we took the most recent landfill cell cost at, you can see the table at the top right there, about $11 million divided by the airspace in cubic yards to get a unit cost per cubic yard at right around $6.34. We take that cost times the forecast of landfill tons over the forecast period. We convert that to an airspace number. So basically, it's a little bit less than 2 cubic yards per ton is what we're assuming, or in other words, 1,100 pounds per cubic yard. And so if you see that 65,000 cubic yard number per year times the 634 is how we develop the required deposit to fund that expenditure. We adjust for inflation over the forecast period. It ranges from about 410 to about 490,000 over the forecast period. Similar approach with the closure. If we take our, there's a typo. It says current construction costs. That should say closure costs in the top right table there. But it's about $9.2 million. We divide that by the remaining airspace, and that gives us our cost per cubic yard for the closure at $1.35 per cubic yard. We followed through that same approach, and we calculate roughly $100,000 per year on average over the forecast period to cover our closure costs. Lastly, the working capital deposits, and the way we determine that is we took our operating costs, direct operating costs, times 50%, basically gives us a 6-month target for just our direct operating costs, and then we target that as a working capital reserve that grows over time. The required deposits are shown below in order to maintain minimum working capital targets. Although you'll see in the ensuing slide that we fall a little bit short of that. And this slide, there's a few different pieces of information. I'll step you through everything. The first chart at the top left is the cash flow funding requirements, and that presents the bars represent the various expenditures that I just explained. So the dark bar represents the operating costs. The light blue bar represents that repayment of the loan back to the county capital fund over 5 years. The gray bar represents the transfers for the airspace and the capital. And then the red represents the working deposits. And so the lines represent our revenues. So the solid line represents revenues under existing rates. The dotted line represents revenues to balance the revenue sufficiency. And basically, if we were to increase that revenue 120%, we're effectively, doubling the fees of the system, but that will cover the cost of service over the forecast period. We'd recommend, reevaluating the fees and leading up to fiscal year 26 when you have the new hauler agreement that's set to expire in that year, I believe. And, the cost of service could change depending on the terms of those agreements. But the chart at the top right presents the ending cash balances for the operating and capital funds. The fund numbers are listed there. And then the reserve target, which includes the combination of both the working capital and the cell replacement reserve needs. And you can see we fall a little bit short of those needs in the near term, but over the longer term, we catch up to it. We identified some additional inflationary adjustments beyond fiscal year 24. You can see about a 5.7% increase in rate revenues identified for fiscal year 26. We won't need anything after that based on these forecasts since, we fully repay the capital loan by fiscal year 28, and so that funding requirement goes away and creates capacity in our rates, which helps us meet our reserve targets as well. I do want to point out the table on the bottom. The current parcel fee is $150 per month per equivalent unit, and if we were to just apply these rate revenue adjustments across the board, that fee would go to $330 based on these recommendations. That's a pretty substantial increase in the bill on an annual and a monthly basis. However, as you'll notice when we get to the discussion of the cost service, because we're also reviewing the waste generation or the waste generation statistics among the customer classes, so residential and commercial, we identify needs to cover a greater portion of that cost. The unit cost will actually be lower than what we calculated here at $330, reflecting that change. Before we talk about the cost service, though, we did run 3 other sensitivities based on some input from staff. So we wanted to examine what would that fee look like, or what would those rate revenue adjustments for revenue sufficiency look like if we tweaked some of the assumptions. So one of that is no repayment to the county capital. What does that look like? And so the 120% drops to 105, or across the board fee increase goes from 330 down to 307.50 by way of example. And then the next slide assumes a phase-in of the increases, but maintains the repayment to the county capital fund. However, we extended that. Instead of a 5-year payback, we did it over an 8-year payback. We're able to do this. We can drop it down to maybe as low as an 80% increase in the revenues. But a casualty in all of this is our cash reserves go pretty low in this scenario. However, they do catch back up and get pretty close to the target by the end. So the purpose of this scenario is to kind of give you bookends between the 120% and the 80%. Need to operate within, so if you're making a decision, you want to consider another alternative, we really need to operate somewhere in between those bookends. I apologize for making the microphone upset.
Terry?
Yes.
We need to take a restroom break here for a sec.
Sure, absolutely.
So can we break here for a few minutes?
Yeah, of course.
Yes. Okay. All right, we are back. In theory, you're back on.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that again. So where we left off was we were talking about sensitivity related to the revenue sufficiency, and we were discussing bookends, and this was a slide where, we had 80%, and that was the lower end of the bookend relative to the 120%, as what we think is needed to fully recover the cost service. You'd phase this in. You get back to the same overall fee by 2025, in this scenario with the repayment back to the capital fund, as you can see, over a 2-year period. If we were to, in this next scenario, eliminate the loan repayment, then we'd still need the 80%, but we could lower the increase to the second year. And if you recall, in the sensitivity to the second option, where we get rid of the loan over 5 years, that dropped the fee down to $307.50. And you can see here we're dropping a little, not as low, around $311, just because we're phasing it in and because of the cash reserves within the system. So this just gives you a little bit of a feel of the sensitivity between the options. So there is a possibility that you could phase this in a little bit, but something that we'll need to talk about is the customer impacts based on the cost of service evaluation next, and how that may impact total revenues and phase-in. So got a lot of numbers here just for kind of the record on the cost of service. So we took our projections of our operating costs and all those different elements of costs that I've talked about, like the county capital repayment, the deposit to the capital fund, the airspace replacement, the landfill closure, all those elements of cost. And then we back off investments, recycling, franchise fees, rents, tip fees, and then the net cost is what we have left to recover from the parcel fees. And when we divide by the equivalent units, the proposed equivalent units, we get an implied fee of $288.18. That equates to that $330 discussed earlier. So basically, the waste generation for commercial, they need to recover a greater portion of the cost, and so the average cost per equivalent unit actually goes from $330 down to $288 per equivalent unit. And what that sort of means in sort of a zero-sum game is that the commercial customer class as a whole would recover more. Currently, they generate, around $450,000 per year, and under the proposed structure, it'd be approaching, 1.9 million, something like that. So 4 times greater than total what they're paying currently based on the waste generation. And that would seem to make sense, because if we need to double the rates, that would be 2 times. And then if the commercial units are doubling, then that would be 4 times. So it kind of makes sense if you follow that train of reasoning. The fees are presented on the left-hand side. So single-family residential SFR would be $150 to $288, assuming we're trying to target the full cost. Same with multifamily per unit. Commercial, because we didn't have the data to validate or create new customer classes, subcategories of customer classes within the commercial parcels. We've identified a total fee per parcel of a little under $1,600 per parcel. So following through with that thought, what are the bill impacts? And, we had, about 27,000, 28,000 or so, line items of data in the assessor data we were provided. And so we try to examine, well, if we took these fees back to that raw data and we compared to the fees and the revenues that they're generating now, do we prove out that we generate the revenue that we're trying to target? And we do. For the residential customer, you'll notice on the right-hand side of this table, and there's a lot of information on here, and I probably won't go through everything, but the very last column tells you the percent change, and each row represents a different type of land use codes related to single-family residential or multifamily residential parcels. And you can see it's about a 92% increase. It would have been a 120% increase if we had not changed the assumption around the equivalency units for the commercial class based on the data. But because of that, residential parcels see a slightly lower increase, commercial parcels see a greater increase as a result. The column titled Current Revenues and Proposed Revenues, you can see how those increases would impact the total revenue generation among the customer class. So this is one of the issues that we ran into because we aren't proposing the same rate structure that we had before for the commercial class in particular, and because we've identified a need to recover more costs from them. If we were to set their charges at cost service, we'd have a lot of variation in the bill impacts depending on the land use code for the parcel. The one that has the highest percentage change would be the churches, which is land use code 6400. You can see that, and they would be at 1,200% increase, which is pretty substantial. And if you recall that table I presented earlier before the break, each church represents 1/2 of a single-family residential equivalency, but they're viewed as a non-residential parcel and grouped together within the commercial class, and therefore would get charged the flat fee per parcel. And so that's why they're seeing such a large percentage increase. We thought that these impacts would be fairly significant, and while they are cost of service based, and you could do this, the bill impacts, we just wanted to give the Board of Supervisors another option to consider. So this is an alternative to that, and the thought here would be that we would increase, it was the lesser of 120% increase to the fee, or $1,500 and I think a little under $1,600 per parcel. And we calculated the data here based on averages for all of the parcels within each of the land use codes, and you can see some of them actually have decreases because, by way of example, non-taxable government-owned, they currently pay more per parcel, pay more than $1,600 per parcel. So if we cap them at that $1,600, then you're going to have some that are going to see reductions, but based on the cost service, we couldn't justify a higher fee for them because we didn't break apart or didn't know how to break apart the waste generation by that class of customer. But what this does for us is it allows us to minimize the impact to some of those other commercial parcels like the churches that would have seen huge increases, and affords us time to do a better evaluation of either desktop or otherwise of the waste generation within the system, and make recommendations for the board for the next fiscal year for that class of customer. It wouldn't impact the residential, but we'd bring back another recommendation once we've had more time to review the data. The challenge we have today is that, because of noticing requirements associated with Prop 218, we need to get the noticing in before the final board meeting for the fiscal year. If we do not adopt increases at that point, then they won't take effect for the next year. And if we don't have increases that take effect for the next year, we're going to have a deficiency relative to the cost of service, and that would have to either get remedied through transferring of funds from other funds, a general fund or what have you, or we would have to examine cuts in the cost of operations. So that is why we've recommended this option for your consideration in light of the impacts to the commercial class. We did some internal analysis, and because we aren't, some of the parcels aren't going to see the full increase, we wouldn't, even though we're targeting 120% increase in revenue, we estimate that with this alternative fee structure, we might generate close to 90% increase in revenue altogether. So that is within the bookends that we talked about earlier, and that's why I wanted to reference that again. That gives you a little bit of leeway from the 90 to 80% if you wanted to do some sort of a phase-in with this alternative option as well. And so we're looking for some direction from the Board of Supervisors around what sort of a recommendation might be palatable, and also if we could seek approval for noticing, which I'll touch on in our recommendation slide in just a moment. Before we do that, though, I did mention at the start of the cost service evaluation, we did allocate costs. And so this table right here takes the gross funding requirements before income and funds from other sources, and then it allocates those costs to landfill operations. And we have some notes. We have some notes in the right-hand most column that explains how we did those allocations. We worked with staff to look to the labor costs and break those out that are directly allocable to landfill operations. It also includes some overhead allocation of management staff as well. And then you can see it also includes some other overhead allocation like the indirect cost allocations. What we've excluded from the cost service, so if I go back for a second to the cost of service slide, you'll notice that the gross cost of service is $10.7 million. If we exclude the capital, the county capital repayment at $875,000, then you're able to reconcile to the $9.8 million that's shown here. The reason why we've excluded that loan repayment, if you will, is because in this case we're trying to estimate what is the cost of service, and because we have accounted for a deposit for airspace, it'd effectively be a double count. But I did want to point that out. So if we did add that back in, instead of $75 per ton based on these assumptions, we'd be something like $99 per ton. But again, that repayment comes off in 5 years. And I think the thought here is that if we keep up with these deposits for the airspace replacement, and we did a projection over, I think, a 10 to 20 year period, that we would have enough money for the next time we would need to expand capacity, that we wouldn't require a loan, if you will, to fully fund it. So that's the other thought here, is that if we were able to set aside enough money in advance, planning wise, that we wouldn't need the loan, and that wouldn't be a cost that we would have layered into this fee calculation. So I think that this is helpful information just in general. You know, what is the cost to landfill operations? How much does landfill represent of our total cost? Because it's important to remind everyone that, you know, there are other services being provided. The transfer stations are a big component of that. Household hazardous waste, other types of programs, you know, the free dump days, things like that, that get included within the cost of service, or other types of events. Maybe that wasn't a great example because that relates directly to landfill. Apologize. But you can see it's about a third, a little less than a third of the total cost of operations, effectively. The other point I wanted to make is that, you know, this assumes, you know, an average tons at around 35,000 tons. This could be a little bit lower or higher. That unit cost would go up or down depending on that assumption. Based on my discussions with Chris and GBB, my understanding is that the landfill, you know, has a significant amount of fixed costs of operation. The variable costs are going to be primarily those airspace costs, fuel for the vehicles, things like that. So, you know, this landfill could handle more tons without a significant increase to the fixed costs. So what that means is that if we were to add some more variable costs and you know, take back in the tons that might be leaving the county, let's assume it's around 15,000 tons or so, so we're right around 50,000 tons per year, then in theory that unit cost would drop down because the fixed costs aren't going up commensurate with the increase in the tons, so the unit cost would theoretically drop down. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. And we've not calculated that necessarily. We just wanted to give this as an example because one of the other recommendations is to look at the JPA with Alpine County. There's a small group of parcels that during certain times of the year can't get rid of their waste otherwise, and so they have to bring it into Calaveras County. And currently that fee structure is volume-based and based on discussions with staff, felt that it might simplify things to link it back to a fee per ton. Now, at $75, that's just the cost of the landfill operations. If they were benefiting from other costs of the system, you could justify a higher fee. And there's nothing to say, at least in my understanding, there's nothing to say that you couldn't charge something higher because, the benefit of the landfill is for the residents of the county. So, the idea would be that if you're providing a benefit to a neighboring county who's then utilizing a finite resource in terms of landfill airspace, you might be able to justify, a higher fee to, compensate the county for that incrementally greater cost of replacing that capacity in the future, by way of example. So that was the other point I wanted to make about this fee calculation. So that concludes the presentation. I just want to briefly run through a summary of the recommendations and what we went through today as it relates to the cost of service. So the fees, as you recall, have not been looked at since 1991, over 30 years. They remain the same. Over the last several years, we've been told that the system has been operating in deficit, and it's gotten to the point where it can't continue to really do that to maintain proper operations. I mean, there are things that I think Chris touched on that need to be addressed by way of capital reinvestment and whatnot, and we think that the capital improvement plan we assumed in this forecast adequately covers all those needs. The rate revenue adjustment to fully recover the cost is front-loaded 120% rate revenue increase. If we took no action, particularly something less than 80%, would require further subsidies or some sort of a reduction in cost to offset that. The change in the fee structure based on the equivalency units I talked about earlier produces some pretty significant impacts to the commercial parcels, and for that reason we presented to you some alternatives. And I think I mentioned that if we were to go with that lesser of 120% increase or the $1,600 parcel fee, that it would produce roughly 90% increase in revenues, which is within the bookends we talked about before. I touched on the unit cost of landfilling for the JPA for Alpine County. A minimum cost might be calculated or estimated at $75 a ton. And one other thought is consider bringing back curbside waste to the county landfill after the cell's constructed. And that could help to lower cost for residents, is our understanding. With that being said, we're seeking input from the board and also seeking approval for noticing for Prop 218 for the parcel fee increase, with a formal hearing to be held on June 27th before the close of the fiscal year. And with that, we'd like to open up for any questions you may have.
Any board questions at this time? Comments? No board questions and comments? Okay, I'll open it up to public comments. The public comments?
Allison County Taxpayer Association. Well, there's a really big job that these fellows did. There's a lot of work. I think that we might have narrowed the scope of analysis a little too much. One thing that the board may want to consider is a comparison of the costs with other counties. If it's out of whack, then it brings in a new type of consideration of how to correct that. And also, you should look at or consider cost comparison to the private sector. You've got part of the private sector involved now with Cal Waste. And you made some decisions before you had this report. I don't know if those decisions would be any different because of this report, but if we need to reverse those decisions, then we need to know the cost of doing that. And you had an offer, I understand, from Cal Waste that would not involve increasing taxes. I don't know how you can do that. When the $1.50 tax went in 30 years ago, there was no inflation factor put in there at all. so remain flat. I don't know if that was a mistake or by design, but in any case, I think any sort of taxing for solid waste should include the cost of living or inflation factor. Thank you for your time.
Any other public comments? No public comments?
Shoot, why not? I'm not prepared for this because I just found out all about this. Roberta Corso Rancho. It seems like a huge increase really fast when something should have been done for the last decade, that you guys knew this was going on. And I worry mostly about seniors on fixed incomes. This is a huge increase for them. I think about the people who don't use the dumps that now have a huge increase. You had some really good points about other options. Have we looked at those? I saw the notices from Cal Waste, and of course, they would benefit from this change. I mean, if we didn't do it and we used them. You know, I'm not leaning that way, but I'd like to look at it. And I feel like you're fast-tracking this because now we only have till June to figure it out before public comment gets out, and we could do this Proposition 218. It just seems rather fast. So mine is just a rant right now because I just got the PowerPoint. I'm trying to do my math on the cell phone, and there's just a lot of questions that I think will come up, especially at the next meeting. Will this be on the agenda?
I'm not sure. This will probably not be on our next agenda. We have to go back and define what our decision is here today. There has to be a public hearing. We're covered under Prop 218, which has to do with property taxes and solid waste, so a little bit different, but there has to be a series of public hearings and people talking and sending in their comments before anything is even done.
So that'll happen, okay.
Yeah, so before anything happens,
Okay,
that all
great.
has to happen.
Okay, great.
That's not going to happen today. We're just going to have a vote on whether to go forward to that point, or does the board not want to? And if we don't, have a discussion on how we're going to fund it or what we're going to do going forward.
But the decision has been made to increase the sale and to give that business to the Ford company? Is that a done deal?
That decision has been made to close the cell. There was two decisions made. One was to close the cell, to which we have to do anyway. You can't just turn around and walk away from it. The state won't let you. You have to cover it. You have to dig wells to monitor the groundwater.
Right.
There's underneath it, doesn't know if it's going to rot away. You have monitoring wells where the methane gas is exposed.
Sure.
All of that are costs associated with closing the cell, and there's a cost to opening a second cell. And yes, we did have that also, give a contract for that to open a new cell and begin construction of a new cell.
So that's a done deal?
It's not completely done, but we voted to do it, so the contract has been let. Any other contract, I mean, you know, depends on where we go and what public comment is.
Okay.
So,
So
okay.
it sounds like we still have some opportunity to,
You'll have plenty of opportunities to voice your opinions and what to say.
Great.
Yes,
thank you.
you're welcome. Mr. DiVasilio.
Mr. Toffanelli, how are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good.
It's been a long day.
It has been. I'm a resident of Wallace.
You are.
Been in the county for 44 years, and not seeing a fee increase for our landfill is a little disturbing, but it's something that should have occurred. Did a little bit of math while I've been sitting here, and I know that in the research that I've done, once you guys get the new cell up and running, it's going to cost us about $70 a ton to dispose of waste. And I know that Cal Waste talked at the last meeting, they were only going to charge $155 a ton. Well, at $35,500 a ton a year, if we just use our services in our new cell, that's going to save the county over $6.2 million. That would supply the staff that this gentleman was talking about. If you did 6 staff at $250,000, that's only $1.5 million. That still leaves you enough to cover your airspace and your closure costs. I think we need to keep our landfill open. As a resident of this county, I want to see our landfill stay open, and I understand the concern of people that have, higher taxes because of the cost that it's going to cost us, the increase for our fees. But we haven't seen a fee rate increase since 1991. And I still think that if we were having to pay $300 a year in our taxes for our landfill, we're still better off, because when I moved to Wallace 14 years ago, I was paying $42.50 quarterly for my garbage disposal services, and when Cal Waste took it over, it went to $97.50 a month. That's $1,200 a year. So to pay an extra $150 a year in my taxes to be able to go to landfill, I think is a way to go. Thank you.
Is there any other public
I'm
comment?
sorry, if I may, Chair Toffenelli, and I apologize for the obnoxious lawyer clarification, but a few people, we've been referring to it as a tax, and just to be clear, it's a property-related fee, not a tax. Thank you.
It's a partial fee. All right, any other public comments? If not, I'll close public comments and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Stopper, do you have comments?
Thank you, Roberta, for your questions, because these are things that go through my mind, and in consideration of this as we move forward. And I think Mr. DeBasilio brings up a point. I think initially Cal Waste's proposal was $115 a ton, proposed to go up at $155 a ton. In the second year, I believe, is what the proposal was. But 115 was the number I heard for first year per ton. At that rate, we, considering that and the cost at $75.27 a ton for us to do it this time, there is a added cost to that. And even if the cost was brought down to the same as our cost per ton, we still have the impact of having to maintain the current cells and closure of those cells. There are added cost overall to it. So even if they did an offer that was equal with our tonnage, we would still have to raise rates to be able to maintain that and send stuff out of the county with the loss of that landfill. So, and overall, this is part of the process that once I got solid numbers that, were a deeper dive than my, estimated numbers that I did prior, things were still unbalanced to the point where we just considered an alternative to sending it out to the county. And if we do get rid of that landfill, we'll never get it back. We'll never get it back. So it's a benefit, and it's something that the voters of the county in the 1990 had voted on, that they wanted, and that's been consistent in my mind that, they had spoken, and we should keep up with that, and there's been no dissenting to getting rid of the landfill from the residents as a whole. So thank you for that question. It's definitely been a large part of the consideration moving forward.
And just real quick, I just think my big concern is it should have been done all along on that.
No, and the raising of rates, we as supervisors are taking responsibilities for decisions that are made all along, and this has been something, ever since I got elected, I've been bringing it up. I was like, we're backwards on the landfill. I've gone to solid waste task force for that very reason, because I'm concerned about being able to retain this for the county. And, yes, it hasn't been done long. It's late, and it's making it a more extreme measure at this time to get caught back up, which, is a consideration in the future. And that's what we're going to have to decide on now, because we can decide on it right now. How do we sustain that for the future also? So that's another consideration. To the points. I think we've been provided with multiple avenues here, recommendations. I appreciate, your work. Part of the capital payback, you put in a 3% interest on it, supposedly. Now, I understand that because that capital could be used for different things and potentially a loss because it would cost us more to build those things at a later time. But it's not required by policy or statute or law. And at this time, thinking about the impacts to these assessed fees, I would like the board to consider possibly doing away that 3% interest on it. I'm also, I'm hesitant to do away with the loan in its entirety because at that rate, we're going to have to pick up that money someplace else in the future. But either elongating the payback so that, like option 8-year, for instance, and also, just to ease that price down. So I'm definitely in favor of that idea and taking off the 3%. I am in favor of possibly thinking about waiting till, let's say, because you talked about the cost of sending everything out of the county. Sorry, I'm processing. There's a lot to talk about here. So much information. And I've been going through all weekend with different possibilities. But the 2026 possibility, or even when we get to the point where we have a cell built, we do not have to send that tonnage outside the county, and you did the cost assumption that, we bring that inside the county, the cost per ton would go down at that time, and then, so, until that time, do we want to hold off on the loan repayment until then and do it on a 5-year, let's say, and then take the savings on putting it back in as part of it? I'm throwing more options in there. Some might not work, but I'm definitely in favor of doing something that's sustainable, at the same time not impacting the residents at an extreme rate. I'm looking at more the 80 percentile as opposed to the 100+ percentile, is what I'll be in favor of. But at the same time, we need to move forward with the thought of the future and not make the same mistakes we made in the past and not making it sustainable for the future without that cost adjustment continuing on. So that's just it for a start. I mean, I could go through, like they said, needs when it comes to staff. They said they had an operations superintendent for the landfill and an operations superintendent for the transfer station. Now, my assumption is that this was put into your total cost for the future on new staffing, right?
No, sir, it was not. It was not included.
So it's not part of that. Okay, then I'm going to stay away from that right now. I'm not even going to talk about it because that's not part of the decision. Okay.
You done?
For now.
Okay. Any other board comments or questions? I've got a question, at least a couple of questions. I'm looking at your slide number 17. Slide 17 was the operational review, and it says inadequate compaction due to the equipment that's out there. And my question is, since we're going to be closing that cell, how is that going to affect the methane or deterioration of that, all that's not compacted tight? Is that going to affect it in the future?
No.
It will not have any bearing on any of that?
There'll be some settlement, maybe some minor additional settlement, but that's about the only thing.
It won't increase that any ways, okay. So as it deteriorates, it'll go down on its valve, but it won't increase that. That was my concern, because there's more airspace there, because there was no compaction. Is that going to affect anything? Apparently not. So, okay. and we talked about increasing the tonnage, and right now, at least for the near future, and we have the conversation when the new cell opens about not sending anything else out of the county, and the reductions of cost that would be passed on to the people that actually use the services from Cal Waste. And there are people, you know, I'm one, I use Cal Waste, I do use Cal Waste. But I still make a trip to the landfill at least 2 or 3 or 4 times a year, because it loads up on my truck. I'm going to clean things out. I have sheds, I have things going on. So I do use either the Paloma transfer station or go out to the landfill. So it's just nice to be able to go out there and you just drive across the scale, or you go to the transfer station. It doesn't cost you anything. There's no charge at the gate or anything, and you can utilize them. And the fact that you can do that at the landfill about over 360 days a year. And you can go every day if you want. And it won't cost you any more than what you're paying on your property tax. So if you have, for some reason, you need to go out there every day, you can go out there every day. You can go to the transfer station every day and just show that you're licensed, you live in Calaveras County. And you can deposit what you need to deposit there. So I think that's a benefit to our constituents in this county. I think that's something that if you can't afford Cal Waste services, you have the ability to dispose of that without any cost other than paying your property taxes. If it's been sent out to them as their proposal, you don't have that option. And I don't know what would become, because the cost associated with that, if you pay from 115 a ton to 155 a ton, property fees, you're getting past what we collect. If we don't do an increase, you're getting past what we collect, and that's going to be passed on. And then you have nowhere to go with it because we don't have a landfill here. I don't know who's going to pay for the transfer stations, if those are even going to stay open, and what the cost of that is. So I think this is something that we need to at least go forward to. We have public hearings that we have to do. We can't just vote on it today. So at least hear what the public has to say going forward, and have those public hearings. So I'm in favor of it.
Thank you, Chair. I just reiterate that we are teeing the ball up for the next 75 years. I do believe that this will curtail a lot of illegal dumping, which I believe other counties have had to deal with that have closed their landfill. And I just wanted to add that it's a huge rite of passage to drive with your dad to the dump, to get to know where your garbage goes. Thank you. Thank you for all the work, Terry and Chris.
Supervisor Garamendi.
I have to agree with Martin that it is a rite of passage. And it's even scarier when you send your kid to the dump for the first time on their own. But, you know, what we did was I put this in the CPI calculator, and this price, it's not exact. It comes out pretty close. If we'd had a regular CPI increase since 1991, it's about right here. So as much as an increase as it is, really in perspective, it's not crazy. I think that it's important. One of our strategic goals is to make sure we have a clean county. I've thought about other options. You know, what if everybody got charged for Cal Waste, or they got charged when they went to the gate? People would dump their garbage on the side of the road. I mean, if you had to drive if your only option other than going with a franchise was to drive to Rock Creek and you live in West Point, you're just not going to do it. You're not going to drive 90 minutes each way to do a garbage run, and so it just won't happen. So that would go against what our strategic planning is. Since we're grabbing input, I know we have a contract with Alpine. They should, if they're going to be on our team, and Alpine is a good partner with us, and our friend up the hill, but they should participate in paying back the loan. I think Ben might be on something. It might be a nice relief to our constituents to spread out the payments, give ourselves a little bit more time. I know it's harder for the county and our capital fund, but those are things we should consider. It reduces it a little bit. It shows that everybody's pitching in. But I agree, we have to move forward. And as somebody put to me, this isn't about today, it's about tomorrow, and maintaining a little bit of our own self-determination in this county. Thank you.
Supervisor Fallendorf, property fees.
I have a couple questions, but it's primarily focused on your slides regarding commercial. So just wanted to clarify, when you're talking about these commercial fees, you are talking about, these are going to be the charges for improved, not unimproved. Is that correct? Or how, could you explain that further?
Are you asking about whether or
So
not...
for example, on here is listed, we've got ag preserve, we've got grazing.
What slide you on?
42?
42.
42.
Okay, let me...
Sorry, 42.
Let me share
41
screen.
and 42. I just want to get the clarification on some of this. We're so focused on residential, I want to make sure we're asking and clarifying things on commercial. The other things are just, we just went through a general plan update. You know, there's a lot of things that have been changed to commercial zoning and other things like that. So, but doesn't mean that there's a building on there or something existing structure. So I just want clarification.
Yeah.
What you mean by commercial.
Yeah, so it would, so I just want to take a step back and mention that parcels that haven't been developed are exempt from the fee.
That's correct, they're developed.
And so what we're referring to are only, you know, parcels that might benefit from the service effectively is what the aim is. So the commercial parcels that, you know, would qualify would be those that have been developed, is my understanding.
Okay.
And I think, if you don't mind, can I add something to that? Jennifer Cashy, Director of Integrated Waste Management. In the event you have some old structures on your property that are still being identified in the assessor's office that are no longer a working structure, they're, you know, from the 1800s or something, we encourage you to contact the assessor's office and please, you know, remedy that within their system, because that's going to directly correlate what we see and reflects a parcel fee associated with an improved property. So in the event that is something that has been brought up, you know, please contact the assessor's office. We work closely together to ensure that those fees are applied appropriately.
Well, and the other, I think we've talked about this too, just, you know, you've got a commercial operation, primarily one is on one part of the parcel, but they may own other parts of that, but it's not actually being utilized, but they're all under one business or commercial entity. And so making sure that we're catching those, how that works through the assessor's office as well.
Right, so the assessor's office also, you know, each business is captured within one lot. So there is consideration to each one of those businesses within a larger, like shopping center or something. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Garamendi.
Just to follow up, thank you, Jim. Just to follow up on Amanda's question. So an improved lot, for example, if you have a livestock grazing operation and you apply for a well permit and you're putting in a livestock well, for lack of a better term, that's going to show up as an improvement on your property tax. That's not creating waste.
That is correct.
So that would be one of the things that landowner could appeal and probably get a waiver on, I'm assuming.
That's correct. And when we see a property value of, let's say, $15,000 in an improvement, typically that's not going to be a structure. That's going to be a well.
Yes.
That's going to be improvements. It's pretty easy to identify what those improvement values are associated with a waste-generating improvement on that property.
Right. I just want to make sure that everybody doesn't hit the panic button.
Absolutely.
And that on this chart, since I asked you about it yesterday, the numbers, we're not scooping up a bunch of lands that haven't been taxed before.
That is correct.
All of parcel fee before.
Yes.
It's the same universe.
That is correct. What you see is the data that's provided is those that have parcel fees attached to them currently. Yes.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to add that the way we did the calculation in this is that we had that existing fee structure data in the system, and what we said was the lesser of 150% increase off of what folks are paying today, so anybody who's paying whatever fee, the lesser of that, or the $1,500, $1,600 or so that we calculated. So it shouldn't change. For example, we're not going in and changing, should this parcel pay or should that parcel not pay? We're just changing the fees the way they are in the system as it is, the existing fees, and applying an increase to that, and it's either the lesser of 120% or the cost of service that we calculated. So it really shouldn't result in significant change in cost recovery among the existing parcels, because we're only affecting those fees that for parcels that are already paying it today, based on the existing structure. So hopefully that makes folks a little bit at ease.
I'm sure it's overwhelming like it was reading it over the weekend, so just wanted to make sure it's clarified for the public what the intent is and what's going on. Thank you. And then the other question is just for clarification. So you're recommending a two-step process for commercial fee increase. So recommending what we currently see here and then come back in a year with another 218 process to look at the commercial fees.
Yes, to give us more time and also come up with a methodology to fairly recover the costs within the commercial class.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hubbard.
Can I ask you, Terry, so if you overpaid that year, would you be reimbursed?
I don't see how you'd overpay. Could you maybe walk me through that example?
So in a year, you said you're going to reassess all the commercial. So if I have been assessed more than I should have been paying, would that be?
You probably, well, you shouldn't, you probably shouldn't on the basis of the fact that the fee has to go up so much more than where it's at today, and we're limiting the increase to 120%. And, the average parcel should be 4 times greater. If anything, there probably is more catch up than there is reduction, would be my guess. I haven't evaluated it. It's a really great question. I don't have an answer for you because it's not something, we had given a lot of thought to, but we can think about that. And certainly that could be something to bring forward again when reviewing that fee structure the next time around as well.
Thank you.
Any other? I do have a question of Teresa or maybe even Marcos. There's been a lot of stuff going around, a lot of emails flying, and a lot of other phone calls and things going on. And one of the things is that, my God, they've spent $3 million of general fund dollars, and what services are going to be cut because they spent those, and we spent those, we could use it for other things. We have budget coming up. We're in current budget year, so we're going out until the end of June in the current budget, not cutting anything for any of that. We're going into our new budget year, and this $3 million came out of what we call a general fund that was set up with Teeter funds and ARPA funds. And the reason we're talking about some type of repayment on the loan is because those dollars, we have an animal shelter and a DA's office and electrical being done here in the future and going forward. And some of those funds were set aside for that. But this is not just general fund per se dollars that we use from our contingencies or general fund reserves that we're using here. It's money that was set aside for capital improvements. So there's no reduction of services that are going to be done. We're in the current year. That funding is all in place. It's another couple months, and then we'll be doing the budget in June, a preliminary budget, and none of this money, it'll show, but it'll show in the capital improvements and not from our general fund that's been saying out there that's just, oh my God, we're spending money we could do other things with. So you want to comment on that, Teresa?
So Chairman Toffenelli, you are absolutely correct. This was set aside for capital improvements or infrastructure improvements specifically for the county. So it is not coming from any operational budgets.
Thank you. I wanted to clarify that. Yes.
I just have one more clarification.
Absolutely,
I'm
Jack.
sorry
Go
about
ahead.
I was just
Supervisor.
talking to Supervisor Fallendorf about this. We're talking about the commercial under slide 42, the alternate commercial parcel disposal fee impacts sheet, right? Not the one before where it was flat, is what we're proposing for this upcoming year?
The alternate is what we're discussing, yes, absolutely.
I just want to make sure.
That's
Yes.
your recommendation.
Yeah.
That's your recommendation, but today we're not voting on any of that.
Correct.
And we have to go through public hearing and everything else and hear what the public has to
Just-
say about it.
I like the alternate, seemed a lot more.
Yeah, I thought.
And just
On all of you in the residential.
Correct.
Yeah.
Just so we're totally clear and on the same page, as discussed, currently from 1991, we have this kind of very specific breakdown in all these various types of commercial parcels. What we could do is an across-the-board, treat every commercial parcel the same, but as Terry mentioned, that's going to result in a very large increase to certain parcels. So instead, we're going to sort of artificially cap those right now, while we dive into some more data and then come back with a more specialized system again in the future. That would be the plan.
Yeah, and the whole basis of that sort of approach was, well, if we needed 120%.
Don't touch the table.
I'm so sorry. I apologize for anyone struggling with that. My misuse of the mic.
Don't do it again, Mike.
It's like, if I touch it, it's gonna, yeah, no, I was just saying that the increase at 120% had the basis, if you recall, it links back to the rate revenue increase, so that was the whole concept, was try to link it back to the revenue sufficiency adjustments, but cap it at the cost of service, to Sarah's point.
Yeah, not going forward, yeah.
And sorry, one more thing for the record, just to be clear, and please, jump in if you want to add additional detail. That is not to be interpreted as that residential is somehow subsidizing commercial. We're able to basically get by for a short period of time with these sort of artificially capped commercial fees, and then revisit that in the future.
Right, because that would be, this is a much more reasonable approach. I mean, a small retail shop is not the same as a community shopping center.
Correct.
So
Or a
we
huge
could work
restaurant.
through those details, but right now, we're not. Good.
Okay, and then I have one other question on the thing that's being just thrown around out there and just, oh my God. The $7 million for the other part of this contract has always been there. That was generated from 1991 for the purpose of closing a cell and opening a new cell. Those are from fees that we've charged, and the $7 million was there, it was never lost. And again, obviously the costs have gone up since 1991, but that was set at that time, so there would be money going into a special fund. It's always been going into the special fund from the fees that we've raised in order to pay for where we're at now. It just ended up, cost of everything, like everybody knows, over the last several years has just skyrocketed. And but that fund has always been there. We've never lost that money. It's been there, and it was intended for what we're using it for. It was always for that.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. With that, I'm open for a motion. We're looking at a motion rather to go to public hearings on this. And we're not voting for any increases at this time. We're simply voting to move forward, to open it up to public hearings. Council? Ms. Edwards?
That's correct. The board's vote today would be to authorize staff to move forward with the Prop 218 noticing process, which will then culminate in a public hearing at least 45 days later. But I think, staff needs clarity on what we're noticing in terms of,
That's partially direction. So
Yes.
what's our intent? Yeah, so I would move that we look at the 8-year payback. You didn't put in taking out the 3% interest rate, but can we do that as part of our motion, council? So that, you could extrapolate that into the public noticing?
I don't see why not. I'm not going to do math. Nobody wants that, but
Right,
I'm sure
we're not
that,
going to do it right now.
I'm sure that,
That could be part of the public notice.
as long as our consultants
Right.
feel that the direction is sufficiently clear, I'm confident they can crunch those numbers.
Right, so I
Yes,
think
it
that's
is.
really simple to be clear with, taking out the 3% interest charge, going for the 8-year payback on the loan. As Supervisors Karen Mendes and Fullendorf both brought up, the second option for commercial that seemed more realistic for this time, and to bring that back later. Boy, there's a lot here. Was there something else that, for clarity, that I would need to talk about right now on those options? I think that about covers it for the time being.
I think
Easy.
I think there was some discussion around possibly phasing in addition to the lower fees, but I'm not sure if I heard that correctly from my notes.
Phasing in the...
So the idea is that if we go with that alternative recommendation with the commercial and the fully loaded cost before backing out the loans and all that, that it was going to generate about a 90% increase in revenue. So before we lower the cost by expanding the repayment on the loan and a lower interest rate, one question was, do you want to try to phase in the adjustments anymore? Are we good there? Because the cost of service means that the residential impacts are capped at the 92%, the $288. Is that okay? Because I thought I heard some discussion around, because that was one of the sensitivities we ran with the.
So you're talking about like year 2 and some of those, it starts raising up.
So instead of doing it all in 1 year.
And that cost adjustment, and I hear what you have to say. So with my motion, can we bring that back with our 218 next year with commercial at the same time to relook at it and keep it capped for the time being?
Yeah, you can. I mean, I think the issue is.
I think at that rate, we'll have more time to extrapolate more data.
Okay.
And so I think capped for now, with the thought of bringing it back with the 218 for commercial at the same time.
Okay, so.
And I think we'll have.
Sorry, it might just be me, but I'm not totally clear. So I think.
Let him re-explain it, because he knows how to say it better than.
I think.
Yeah.
Just a few clicks. Yeah, so one of the sensitivities we ran was to examine trying to phase in the increase to all customers over a 2-year period. Now, we'd be somewhat limited because with the commercial, we're already down to 90%. So we don't want to go below 80%. Now, we could go a little bit below that, because if you're extending the repayment, then that helps out. So we'll calculate that. But I think what I heard was the things that we want to consider that we can calculate, and we can actually calculate this today, just given a few hours, quite honestly, because we have the model constructed, is, to look at what would that cost of service fee calculation be. So I'm going to go to slide number 39 here and show you this calculation, where we came up with the 288. And we would basically, and I'm highlighting here the county capital repayment fee, that would be reduced for no interest. That actually, I've calculated, it translates to about $800,000 per year. And then if we extend that over from a 5-year to an 8-year period, then that would drop that down basically even farther. So then that would become the new cost of service and the design of this fee. We would go with the commercial alternative, which wouldn't impact single family and residential, but what these two changes would do would kind of in effect achieve that phase-in that we talked about by lowering the cost on the residential unit, and that's what you would like to do, and you can evaluate it next year because, you know, we might layer back in that cost or the loan repayment or what have you, and then that kind of in effect becomes sort of like a phase-in, I think, is sort of what I interpreted from your comments.
Right, and then, and at that time, you know, the phase-in is like the cost adjustment each year.
Yes, and
Right.
we had
And it
more
was a
increases.
significant year too. you
Yeah,
know?
we had more increases as well throughout the forecast period for inflation in the tail end of the forecast, and I'll go back to that prior slide by way of example here. We didn't have to, well, this one's not a great example but by the time, so in the first scenario we presented, by the time we do in this forecast window, it shows at the year after we pay back the loan, our funding requirements drop, and so that helps, you know, us to eliminate maybe what would have been an increase in that year to keep up with the rising cost of operations that were assumed as basic inflation in the forecast. So in summary, we're going to look at what this cost of service would be with adjustments to the county capital repayment, and that'll have an effect to the commercial alternative as well, because their fee at the $1,600 is based on a function of the 288. So that'll lower that a little bit. And we'll be able to also tell you what the impacts to the revenues associated with that would be. But if the repayments deferred, it shouldn't affect any of the projections we made on cash reserves or otherwise. So I think your recommendations, in summary, provide relief in terms of the cost of service.
Right, it absorbs it too, right?
And then you can come back next year and, you know, look at the residential as well as commercial if you want at that time. You don't have to take action, but you could take action to adjust the fees again if you needed to or wanted to not raise them as much as in the future as what was identified, perhaps.
You just said exactly what I'm trying to do.
If I could clarify, you said the flat fee commercial at $1,600.
Previously calculated, yeah. And that,
but we're talking about the
go
alternative
down.
now.
Yeah, the alternative, well, the alternative would be the lesser of those two. So it would still impact that alternative because it's a capping of either 120% increase or the cost of service fee. And because that cost of service fee is 5.45 times roughly the $288, if that $288 drops, then that cost of service fee that we estimate then also drops.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't using the flat rate across the board.
Okay.
No, we are not.
So we're clear. No interest, 8 years. We'll wait for the cost adjustments until next year with the Prop 218, the same time as commercial. Zia, as our former interim CEO or CAO would say, have we captured all our balloons? Or did we let any float away without answers to your questions?
No, I think I have clear direction.
Stuck them with a pen.
Appreciate
Okay.
it.
So,
that's my motion.
I'm sorry, I need one, I apologize, I'm sure it's just me. So that, we're looking at just an increase to the parcel fee, not one that's staggered over a period of years or phased in over a period of years. It's just going to be an increase to the fee, and it's going to be whatever that number is, which is going to be lower now because of the changes that we've made to the repayment of the general fund loan.
But we do need to revisit a cost adjustment to make sure that we're not making the same mistake Calaveras County did in the past. And that will become in year 2, and that way we can make sure the data is right for the cost adjustment.
I agree.
Is that clear? Does council?
Yes, we can always revisit with a look again at costs and a Prop 218 process. It can always be revisited.
Okay.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yeah, I'm sorry, maybe after this, somebody could write this all down so we could make sure, read it against our
Yes.
48 pages of notes, make sure we captured it correctly.
Chris, you
And
don't
if we
have,
did it,
you
we'll come
weren't
back and-
writing this, typing this while?
No, I
this
didn't
again.
quite get it.
Do I
get
need
it all.
to
We're gonna do
state
it.
more clearly what my motion is, council?
I have one question I just have one more question, and I noticed when we were going through these slides, on slide 40, the next one, in the middle, land use code 1200,
Yes.
it says current average rate 298.
Yes.
Proposed 288. Current revenues 79,000. It's going, you're reducing the cost, and we're getting 152,000 from a reduced cost.
Yeah, that's an excellent observation of a mistake that we made in the table, because I think that, the equivalent unit rate is still 288, but because there are 2 units on the parcel, they're actually going to get, the double of that rate.
So they're going to get charged 288 twice or 270 twice?
288 twice, and so in the prior column where it says the current rate, that's actually $300 because they're getting the $150 twice.
Okay.
So
I just
very
want-
perceptive of you, I'm sorry about that.
I'm fine, I understand. I
in
just
the
want to make
table.
clarification on that, that's
Yep, you're
what that-
absolutely correct.
Okay, all right.
And
So-
it's proofs out in the revenue calculations to the right. that
Well, I
that's-
saw the numbers, and the numbers look correct, other than those 2 numbers in
Yeah,
that.
the unit cost, I think it was just, when we were copying it in for the PowerPoint, it's not linked up to the file, so you just, copy and paste down, so Scrivener's error, apologize.
All right.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, one more quick clarification. So before this goes to the hearing, we're going to get to see this to make sure it correctly reflects what we've discussed today, correct?
Yeah, I believe I can have this calculated today before we leave the county and send it to staff for their review before they share it with the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, we just got a lot of moving parts.
I think it
we got
is.
it
There's a lot of moving parts, I think we do it.
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, we can once that's done, staff can certainly push that out to the board. I don't believe we'll have another board meeting before beginning the noticing. Correct?
That is correct. So we would need to identify what that fee structure is on that notice prior to us disseminating that notice. So with Terry's corrections or revisions after your suggestions, we would be able to provide you with those revisions that would then be on the notice that would be disseminated.
I have a question. I'm not here to I agree with what Ben just said, but talking about the future and a second 218, the risk of all the work here and then going into a second year, I'm just really concerned, and our staff really looking at the pros and cons and the risk of all of this, and making sure that we're going to, in the first run, get what we're going to be, get hopefully what we're going to be able to get, and if not, we're looking at what we don't get this year into a second year. That's going to be compounded with a commercial. I just want to make sure we're talking out and airing this out, because this is you've got to be very strategic and very calculated and run the risk of a possible, this may not happen, and what are we going to be looking at, and the type of work we would be going into the next cycle in year 2 as well. So there's some of the things that you guys are analyzing and working on this data that we're going to be able to get that information for, basically a plan B or C on this. And I know that's something that we don't want to talk about. I know, and it's been kind of taboo, but we've got to talk about it, because what are we going to do with the what-ifs?
So if I'm hearing you correctly, if we come back with a Prop 218, potential Prop 218 notice next fiscal year, you're concerned about that process?
I'm concerned about this year and the next year, because there's no guarantee. We're doing this, we're hoping for the best. We're trying to do what we can to reduce that cost to make it palatable for the public to support this. However, there is always that risk after, that we don't know what that return is going to be, like any vote, any election. So are we as a county working to make sure that we have an alternative also for next year, along with those commercial rates, if this doesn't work?
Can I?
There's no election.
It's a 218 process. It's
Sorry.
It's a Prop 218 process with a protest procedure.
Yeah,
There's not an election piece because of the type of fee this is.
But the amount of protests, so regardless, votes or protests, however it is, you get the majority of the protests saying no. Are we prepared for that? That's all I'm asking. Are we as a county prepared for the protest and the results of a no?
Well, I think that's always the risk that you run with the Prop 218 procedure, and that's something that we have to evaluate as we move through. And Sarah, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, in the event that you would like to suggest an additional increase a following year, you can do a one-time noticing that would essentially affect the following year as well. So if you put out a notice that you have an increase in your parcel fee, and there's let's say the two-phase approach, right? You could potentially put an increase on that second fiscal year, and that first notice would substantiate that notice time.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're talking it out and open, and we're having these discussions, because this is a very complicated and uncomfortable discussion, and I'm not trying to rain on the parade. I just want to make sure that we're having that ugly conversation about it too.
Absolutely, that is a question, because that is a possibility. Let's say there is a solid protest, and they're able to hit the numbers on bringing back the fee increase. In that case, it's the same situation as we're in now. We're upside down, we're in the red, and our option doesn't work, other options supplied by other people don't work. It's literally, at that point, I think that's where the concern about what other services are we going to lose, because we have to draw from someplace else.
Or you start closing down transfer stations.
Right, and then
start reducing costs.
Right, yeah, and at that point, we're looking at situations where people are dumping more stuff on the side of the road because they don't want to drive the full distance.
No, thank you. I just want to make sure we have that discussion before we wrap up.
I
and we
understand
walk
what
out the
you're
door
talking
today.
about now.
So,
No,
thank
it's
you.
legitimate.
Conversation, when we do the public hearing, we have to have all this conversation that we're having right now, so it's all out there and people understand.
It's legitimate.
Yep, I appreciate that.
Do I need to clarify my motion?
Can I try to, I was going to say, for the benefit of the clerk and myself, can I try stating what I believe Supervisor Stopper's motion was, and then please correct me? You correct me if I get it wrong, and staff consultants, please correct me if it's not, if it doesn't make sense. So I believe Supervisor Stopper's motion was to have a, I'll call it an unphased parcel fee increase for single-family residents of whatever the number is that shakes out after we make it an 8-year repayment of the general fund loan with no interest. And then using the, I guess what I'll call the alternate formula for commercial, where it's either the flat fee or the 120% increase, whichever's lower.
Yes.
Yeah, I recalculated it for you while we were waiting, so I shared it on the screen. So I put the columns next to one another. The first column's the total cost, the original. You can see the 288, and you can see the values that change by extending the county capital repayment from the 5-year with the 3% interest to an 8-year, which makes sense because it's $4 million. Sorry,
$11.
and
That's a year.
and then if you divide that by the billing units, it reduces it a little over $10 per unit per year, and the commercial parcel fee went down from I didn't show a change there, but that was like $15.80 to $15.12 roughly.
No interest in
And this is what we were talking about, and this would help soften that blow and, reduce the impact to customers.
I think that's pretty clear. So moved.
Before I second, we can't, we're through the 218 process, we cannot put in a CPI increase to this, right? We have to go through this anytime we want to increase it.
You could theoretically put in a CPI increase over probably up to a 5-year period of time, not sort of forever going on and on, but yes.
Okay, well,
it's an option.
maybe we'll take that on later. I second Supervisor Stopper's motion.
We can have this discussion at the public hearing. So I have a motion by Supervisor Stopper and a second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for a vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you, Supervisors.
We will move on. Oh, you need a few minutes to get out of here. What's your flight? You didn't make it until tomorrow?
We've got to do some work on Prop 218 notices
Yeah.
now.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks for your question.
Look, we could change that if you're coming back. You'll be back.
This go around.
It's not very political all the time.
Thank you, Rochelle. Long day, huh?
Love
it. All right, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is supervisor announcements. In compliance with Government Code 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on any meetings attended at the expense of the local agency and may make other announcements or report out. We will start with Supervisor Stopper.
Check my calendar for the correct day here. I believe May 6th, we'll have Kids Fishing Day at Murphy's Park. Fish and Wildlife meeting tomorrow. Went to motherload job training meeting over a week ago on Monday. Good information. I think there's a point now, with a few different things in structuring that I talked to Dave Teeny about. At some point because they kind of align because he's the facilitator for the Central Sierra Economic Development District, that I want to bring back an informational item to discuss with the board on the Central Sierra Economic Development District and how we would want to work with it in the future. So it's sustainable and we don't have to go through what we went through in the past when it got dissolved before and us having to take care of the employees' medical and other things when it came to retirement and everything. So we're just talking strategically on how we want to move forward in the future because Mr. Teeny won't always be there, at a certain point. And we want to do it in a fashion that benefits the county and doesn't cost us through the future if it doesn't end up working out. So that's all I have to report now, and I'll discuss a possible item later in the year. It doesn't need to be right now.
Supervisor Fallendorf.
May 6th is the copper car show, so I will be there with the Roadrunners. So if you want to come hang out, let me know. But I know I'm competing with the fishing that same day going on in Murphy's.
I'll keep kids.
Okay. And then this coming May, we will not have a COG meeting due to various schedules and different things going on, both with staff personally and a few board members. We've decided to cancel the May meeting, and our next meeting will be in June.
Lucky you.
And that's all I have.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have had meetings on the 17th on Golden State Connect Authority in Sacramento. Also, I will be meeting again tomorrow on Golden State Connect Authority, as well as other RCRC meetings in Sacramento. Friday, UMRA has its meeting, which should be nice. And then next week, I have to do a quick flight to Houston to present on Golden State Connect Authority. So I'll be in and out.
Houston, huh?
Yeah, they really sexy destinations.
Yeah.
Could have been worse.
Hopefully the weather's good and there's no tornadoes or rainstorms or...
So I'm going to go tell them what interesting things we're doing in California.
That's good. Specifically Calaveras.
We start with Calaveras. We are the center of the universe, Mr. Chair.
We are.
Agreed.
Always have been.
Certainly in our minds.
Supervisor Haverty.
Thank you, Chair. I attended the Central Sierra UCCE meeting on the 19th, last Wednesday. Jolynn Miller reviewed the Master Gardener Program and the 4-H Youth Development Program. She also, it was very similar to her presentation that she did here. She reviewed the new advisors and the grant-funded positions that they're bringing on, and they are looking to hopefully increase their budget this next year, but they're sending paperwork to back that up.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Fallendorf, you remembered something?
Yes, I did. I go back. I participated in Ag Day last week on Thursday. So for those of you that don't know what Ag Day is, it is hosted by the Farm Bureau and Young Farmers and Ranchers. And it brings in 4th and 5th graders from all of the schools across the county. So if next year you're interested, we could really use some presenters.
Present a cow.
Yeah, you can bring a cow, you can bring a horse.
Bring a rabbit.
But it was really great to participate and see all the kids, and they had all kinds of stuff, from flowers to honey, goats, tractor safety, SPI brought the logging truck. It was really, really awesome to see. So, anyways.
I attended a Calaveras Public Power Authority meeting on Wednesday morning, and a very interesting meeting with things that are going on with Western Power, who we belong with, as far as when we get charged for power for all the government buildings. The PG&E is pressing to increase those rates enormously. And there's some opposition to it, but right now, we are looking to do the electrical here at Government Center that's truly needed, and the cost could be escalating very easily depending on what happens there. I also, on Monday, I attended the Central Sierra Child Safety Agency, and that was it.
Chair, I should have said that I attended with you on that as well, completely.
That's fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I attended that with Supervisor Haverty and I. We were here, it was a Zoom meeting, we were allowed to post, and we had it here. So he was in the office and I was sitting right here. So, we got kicked out of the admin conference room. So, staff, do you have any announcements? CEO Hitchcock? And again, it's not coffee, so you're good.
The only announcement I have is we had a very good strategic planning meeting with Supervisors Fallendorf and Garamendi, and went through our entire strategic plan and the progress that we're making. And I believe that copies from that meeting were forwarded to all of the board members, and I think staff has some really good work going on. So Please take a look at that document, and if you have any suggestions or concerns, let us know.
Okay. County Council, do you have anything you want, are you still writing down from what we're supposed to be?
Yes, I'm good. I've got nothing. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Holly, you're good? Okay. Robin, you're good? Susan? All right. We are adjourned for the day. A long day. And you stayed to the end, Debbie. You stayed to the end.